Here.
Peterson here. Ray?
Here.
Williams?
Here.
Weiniger?
Here.
Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Moving to item number 4, DCSD Spotlight. I'll turn it over to Superintendent Kane.
All right. Good evening, Board of Education, audience members. It's time for our board recognitions. Tonight, we are honoring one of our high school teachers. Micah Bernhardt, come on up here. Micah is an art teacher and department chair at Ponderosa High School, and Principal Ryan Hollingshead is his principals. Come on up, Principal Hollingshead, along with Executive Director of Schools, Kristen Dury. Earlier this year, Micah was selected by the Colorado Art Education Association as the High School Art Educator of the Year in all of Colorado, which is a really, really big deal. The award recognizes excellence in contributions, dedicated service, professional achievements in the field of visual arts education. Award recipients exemplify high qualified art educators who give their best to the students and to the profession. How about a huge round of applause for Micah? All right, everybody come on up. Director Ray is going to give you your award. Congratulations. And I am going to pass the microphone around so we can all talk about you and how amazing you are.
Well, this is my first year as principal at Ponderosa, and one of the first things I learned when I walked in the door is that there's a teacher, and his name's Mr. B, and everybody wants to be in his class. And so I also, just done our budget and the numbers, and I think we have more art classes at Ponderosa High School per student than any other high school probably in the state. And that's because of our entire art department, but specifically this guy right here, his passion for students, for their experience, and then he loves to get dirty in the ceramics room. And he's on the wheel. I mean, he's a very talented artist himself, but certainly has developed a passion with a lot of students. So we're just so lucky to have him at Ponderosa, and he makes the Mustangs better every day. Thanks, bud.
We are so proud of Micah. The Ponderosa Feeder is so lucky to have you, and you really, truly inspire. He's kind of a legend around our area, so thank you.
Actually, I want to ask Micah what this means to you, and I have to ask you about your shirt, because that's really, really neat.
So shirt-wise, this is a student artwork, one of my former AP ceramic students that has graduated from college now, but this is her artwork, so. That is amazing. So I had to put it on a shirt. The kids love it, but this is awesome. Thank you. It's good to, I put in a lot of work, as a lot of teachers do, so it's good to be recognized for it.
Congratulations, Micah. We're all really, really proud of you. I love the shirt. I'm sure it means the world to your students to see their artwork on your shirt. I love that. So congratulations again. We're going to do a quick photo, and we'll be good to go. Yeah, show that off. That's right. And that concludes tonight's board recognitions.
Hey, thank you, Superintendent Kane. And one last round of applause for Mr. B. All right, moving into item number 5, acceptance of agenda. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approves the agenda as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ray.
Second.
Second by Myers. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Into superintendent reports. Superintendent Kane, back to you for your updates.
Okay, I have a number of updates tonight. Last Friday was the elementary school honor choir.
where vocalists in elementary school performed under the direction of Director Debbie DeSantis. It was amazing, so thank you so much to Debbie and to her whole team, and certainly to all of our amazing singers. Rock Canyon High School and Mountain Vista High School are in the final 8 for basketball. That's happening this weekend. In addition, our Highlands Ranch girls basketball team is also in the finals this weekend, also at the Coliseum. We are really proud of our 4 state wrestling champs from Ponderosa High School and our state champion in girls 4A swimming from Highlands Ranch High School. I got the privilege of attending the Girls and Women's in Sports Luncheon last week, and it was just amazing hearing, thank you to Director Ray for being there with me. Hearing the amazing stories of all of these young women is just awesome. Basically, it was about 90 girls in high school and in middle school that were recognized for excellence, not only in sports, but also in academics and character. And it was just truly remarkable to hear about these amazing young women. And speaking of amazing young women, our Shine Summit 2023 is happening this week. This is an annual summit that we have to empower girls to empower one another. So our female leaders from our schools, elementary all the way through middle school, are invited to the Shine Summit to really work together and learn from female leaders. We are expecting about 400 students, and the keynote speaker is Kathy Sabin. So we're really, really grateful to her for doing that, and to the organizers of the Shine Summit. A few other pieces of information: the Career Pathways Expo was last weekend. Thank you to the board directors that were able to attend that. Over 700 people came. That is absolutely remarkable. We especially want to thank the DAC. This event was formerly known as the DAC Forum, and I believe this is an absolute record that's tenfold. So our DAC did an amazing job, as well as the Foundation for Douglas County Schools, and of course all of our folks at Legacy Campus who helped organize all of the students and the teachers to be there. Again, over 700 people. That's absolutely remarkable. Friday was a professional development day, so our staff all across our district, our teachers were all engaged in professional development in their buildings, whether it was about core reading programs or data-driven instruction and other things around making sure that we're driving student achievement and growth. So we're really grateful for the day that they spent really focusing on our kids and what our kids need. During that professional development day, we were able to meet with our school resource officers who were also having professional development, to thank them for their service to our community and to our schools. It's very rare that we get all of our school resource officers in one room. I had the privilege of visiting Mesa Middle School last week and meeting with the school resource officer there. And Rocket, I believe his name is Rocket, his service dog, who was adorable, and I really just wanted to hang out with Rocket for the rest of the day. But I'm sure the children, it means a lot to the kids and is very calming. It certainly was calming for me. Okay, let's see. The other couple of things we did, the CASE conference was last week. That's the Colorado Association of School Executives. That's how our leaders receive professional development and have professional learning in the same way that they were delivering professional development for their own staffs last week. So about 50 of our Douglas County School District leaders from our 89 schools were able to attend the CASE conference, and the feedback has been fantastic about the learning opportunities and resource opportunities that they were able to take away from that conference. And then finally, just a shout out to Douglas County High School. My family and I and Director Williams' family enjoyed a showing of Matilda at Douglas County High School last weekend. And the kids were absolutely amazing, and the staff does such an amazing job. So I'm still singing Matilda in my head, and I'm sure I will be for some time. So that is it for my updates. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. We'll now move into the first part of public comment with our Student Advisory Group update. And I will defer to Director Myers or Director Ray. Do we have our students?
Well, I was at SAG last night and I thought they were going to show up. So are they?
We are Excuse me, we are running a little bit early, so since the students are not here, we will proceed with the regular portion of public comment. And if the students show up, we will sequence them in at the end. So moving into public comment, and I'll ask Director Myers to keep me straight on that if we see the students come in. Purpose of public comment is to balance ability to hear diverse viewpoints from a broad spectrum of citizens throughout the district while allowing the Board of Education to conduct business in an orderly and efficient manner. Time has been adjusted to allow all speakers the opportunity to speak during the allotted time for public comment, and tonight we'll have 3 minutes per speaker. When speaking, please remain respectful and address the board rather than the guests and staff in the room. And just a little side note, as public elected public officials up here, I do allow a lot of our public speakers some good leeway and gratitude to criticize us. I think we need to do that as elected public officials. But if you are addressing our staff, our superintendent, cabinet, all down, please be extra respectful and please assume positive intent. When speaking, please remain respectful and address the board rather than the guests and staff. We just covered that. To respect a speaker's free speech, please do not interrupt them while they're at the podium. You'll have a 15-second notice prior to the end of your time so you can wrap up your comments. And when your time is up, please leave the podium. If audience wants to react between speakers, feel free to do so while being respectful and honoring the next speaker's time to speak, but do not engage speakers and other audience members in a disruptive manner. With that, we will move into our first group of speakers. We have Meg Furlow, followed by Chad Cox, then Amity Wicks. Ms. Furlow.
Good evening, board members. I'm coming tonight with concerns surrounding the current review process of policy ADB, also known as the equity policy. As someone who has studied data and survey design, I'm concerned with the cost of such a poor quality survey that has been put out to the community. The survey questions were misleading and full of bias. For example, questions only refer to the policy ADB and not the resolution that was referenced at the beginning of the survey. Many were led to believe there were going to be future questions about the resolution. FAIR has continued to put out communication and public comment that the equity policy is a way to bring critical race theory into the classroom, which is simply untrue. The questions regarding the concerns around the implementation of the equity policy align exactly with all of FAIR's talking points against the policy. How can we be sure that FAIR members outside of the county are not influencing the survey data? A Colorado community media article in December brought to light the rise in bias-motivated hate crimes in the county. We also heard last public comment from parents of students in special education about the severe inequities they face. It is your legal obligation to address discrimination against students and staff in this district, so let's stop letting FAIR push their political agenda and start advocating for the students. Finally, can we trust Superintendent Kane to give her own non-biased recommendations of the policy next month? When she was with American Academy, she requested a waiver for the policy, indicating she may already be against it. I would urge the board to respect the equity policy as it was written. Many hours of stakeholder feedback went into the project, and it is a representation of many in the community. The resolution drafted by a partisan board member and a political interest group is not. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Furlow. Chad Cox, Amity Wicks, followed by Matt Cassidy. Mr. Cox.
Good morning, or good afternoon. I have a support companion here with me. I'm here to talk about the equity policy survey that went out as well. I had the opportunity to take the survey as well as participate in one of the focus group assessments. And I appreciated having that opportunity. While taking the survey, I agree with Ms. Furlow that it was very biased. It led people to answer in either direction. If you're against the policy, you're going to answer in the questions that lead you to be against the policy. If you're for the policy, it leads you to answer the questions that's for the policy. It's time to understand that equity is not about furthering a political ambition. It's not about scoring points with your neighbors, getting more beers from your bros when you get home. It's about our kids. You guys remember last year, I came here and spoke about equity. It was the first time I had ever done anything remotely of the sort, and it was about my kids, specifically Bastion. Bastion suffers from polymicrogyria. It's a congenital brain defect where he's born with several missing sections of his brain. His development, we will never know what milestones he'll meet or what he won't meet until they haven't been met. So far, he's thrived. He can't eat solid foods, but he thrives with my nursing ability to provide him feedings through his G-tube. He can't talk, not because he doesn't want to, not because he doesn't understand the language, not because he doesn't have the words, but because the construction zone in his brain is shut down. And there's no detour to get the words from here, the speech portion of his brain, to his mouth. And it frustrates him. It frustrates me because he's extremely intelligent, probably more so than anybody else in this room. His empathic abilities to understand others' needs and relay his own needs to his family and his friends are above no other. And that's why equity is so important to me. Equality would just allow him the ability to attend the same classroom as his fellow peers, but equity gives him the ability to have PT, OT,
15 seconds
speech therapy
remaining.
in his classroom. I take great disgust at anybody misleading what equity would be or what it would mean to him. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Amity Wicks, Matt Cassidy, followed by Lucy Squire.
Tonight I'm here to speak to Directors Ray, Hansen, and Meek in light of the recent articles published by the New York Post and New York Times entitled "Face Masks Made Little to No Difference in Preventing Spread of COVID Study," and the mask mandates did nothing. Will any lessons be learned? Respectively, I'm here to call into question your ability to discern fact from fiction and remind everyone how you ruled like tyrants and dictators until your power was taken from you by we the people. Admittedly, at the beginning of the COVID crisis, we didn't know what to do and followed the so-called experts' advice, but soon it became painfully obvious that actual science was pushed aside in favor of political science. You bought into the hysterical anti-scientific agenda being pushed by people with huge conflicts of interest who were and still are profiteering from this. We knew that statistically kids were not getting severely sick, and yet you made them live as if they were. You peddled fear of the sadistic political machine that reduced people down to faceless contagions, making children afraid to even breathe, let alone go to school. While you sat up there in your masks, smugly signaling your self-declared superior virtue, you're peddling immune system sabotage by way of free lunches full of absolute junk, which could not be remotely confused with actual food. You sat up there on that dais drinking sugar-filled sodas and other junk while telling us how we must, for our health, wear filthy face diapers. You know, the things that trap what the body is meant to forcefully expunge on our faces and made our children wear them every day for 8 hours. We brought you statistic after statistic, study after study, showing that masks were not effective. We alerted you to the mounting mental health crisis that was literally killing our children. I personally brought you 14 full pages of links to articles. Did you even read a single one? The effects of this crisis in our families are ongoing and significant. More children committed suicide and are still committing suicide in far greater numbers than children who died of COVID. All this was in the name of protection and health. Over and over again, you showed us that you were more interested in putting your fingers in your ears and blinders on your eyes than listening to actual facts. We were called conspiracy theorists and dismissed. You chose to take the totalitarian approach of fear and force over freedom, as tyrants always do. Well, so many of those so-called conspiracy theories are proving to be completely true now. Now I'm going to urge every parent and every voter to consider how we were treated, and that this was with an iron fist and willful ignorance. All should question your ability to discern fact from propaganda, especially you, Director Meeks, since you seem likely to want another term. Not if I can help it. You hope we might forget that what you inflicted upon our children, our families. We have most definitely not forgotten. Each of you owes me, my children, and all the other families an apology for what you've done, for the damage you caused. Your public actions, your condescension, your policies formed out of blind devotion to a political regime that rules by fiat against the people instead of for it. There's really no way that you can possibly make up for the damage you
15
caused.
seconds
but
remaining.
That very public apology would be a really great drop in the bucket. I and the rest of us vindicated conspiracy realists will be waiting.
Thank you, Ms. Wicks. Matt Cassidy, Lucy Squire, followed by Nadine Klein. I do not see Mr. Cassidy in the audience. Lucy Squire, Nadine Klein, followed by Ann Fisher.
Good evening, Board Directors and Superintendent Kane. I appreciate the opportunity to address you tonight. As you may know, I am a longtime teacher in the district and a passionate advocate for public education. First, I want to thank you for the time you've spent visiting schools and classrooms, talking with students, staff members, administrators, and community members. This is the best and only way to really see all of the learning opportunities that are actually taking place in the district. I also want to thank you for engaging in conversations with your educators and staff members, creating opportunities for us to talk with each of you at the Board of Education Connections event for educators 2 weeks ago was really incredible, and that's a mouthful. And I feel so fortunate to have had the opportunity to be involved in these conversations. These conversations and hopefully future events to engage with more staff are welcome. I would like to talk with you about the recommendations regarding compensation for the 2023-2024 school year. We all know that the difference in compensation between Douglas County and our neighboring districts is quite significant, and while there have been vast improvements to fix our broken pay system in recent years, there's still work to be done. I recognize that approving the compensation recommendations presented tonight is a risky move on your part, not knowing how the School Finance Act will shake out yet, but doing so will go a long way in showing value and appreciation to all staff members, as well as helping us to plan financially for the coming year. The retention strategies we already know are coming have been a phenomenal step in the right direction. Knowing that we have a $2,000 retention bonus coming in September and the additional personal day added to our bank of days for next year is such a gift. I know so many of us are also appreciative and excited about adding funds to the tuition reimbursement. I'm taking full advantage and just enrolled in 2 additional classes last night. Educators continuously work to improve our craft, to learn more about teaching strategies and meeting the needs of our students, and now to be able to continue to move along the pay scale feels again like we're being recognized for the important work we do in educating our students. It's starting to feel like we're being paid what we're worth, while still recognizing that there's significant pay gaps between us and our neighboring districts. Again, I ask that you approve the compensation recommendations tonight so that we can retain the really excellent staff we already have and work to attract future employees. Thank you again for working with us and for hearing our ideas, and we are moving in the right direction, and I'm full of optimism and gratitude. I'm also speaking for Nadine.
Yeah, Mr. Blair, if you reset the time, please. Thank you.
I just really like it right here.
Yeah, we'll have our students go at the end. Saw you came in, Nick. We're ahead of schedule. We've only got about 8 more speakers, and then we'll get you in there. Go ahead.
I'm sorry that I can't be there in person, but I'm grateful that you can still give me a moment to share my thoughts with Lucy as my voice. My name is Nadine Klein, and this is my 23rd year teaching in DCSD. I've worked through 3 pay freezes. My salary was never restored after any of those pay freezes, so teachers with less experience and less years of service in the district earn the same or even more than I do. I could not vote for 5A and 5B, nor put up signs in my yard to help the cause because 7 years ago I moved to Elbert County, which is much more affordable to live in than Douglas County. Approving the new salary increase proposed by Superintendent Kane tonight will go a long way in restoring trust in a school district that has lost trust with its employees of all rank and file. It will go a long way in restoring a sense of value and appreciation that was lost this past year and a half. It will go a long way in restoring my faith in the district that I chose 23 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Squire. For Ms. Klein. Ann Fisher, Matthew Solak, and then we will transition to online with Tiffany Baker. Ms. Fisher.
All right. Good evening, board directors and Superintendent Kane. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak to all of you tonight. I appreciate it. My name is Ann Fisher, and this is my 3rd year as an educator and my 3rd year in Douglas County School District as a 5th grade teacher. I would like to begin by thanking you, Superintendent Kane, and your staff for your continued commitment to support educators, staff, and our communities with the recommended compensation increase. Your serious consideration of this proposal has brought a renewed sense of gratitude within our schools and the families we serve, as retention in the educational profession is pretty low, but especially in Douglas County School District, as this has been quite the challenge. Compared to nearly every other school district neighboring us, including but not limited to Cherry Creek, LPS, Jeffco, and even into Adams 12 and St. Vrain Valley, nearly an hour and a half away north from us, the difference in starting teacher pay compared to DCSD is truly alarming, nearly $10,000 of a difference in many cases. This is something that we are all very clearly aware of, and the risk you are currently taking before the results of the School Finance Act have come to fruition is a clear example of your dedication to providing stability for the 23-24 school year. The culture, values, and sense of belonging that is deeply woven into the fabric of my school I work at is what has made the decision to stay in our district a very clear one for me, especially when considering the amazing community that I am so happy to serve. While thinking of starting a family with my partner within the next year or two, I am able to breathe a sigh of relief knowing that our district is prioritizing our teachers, staff, and communities with compensation increases. I can only hope that we as a district continue to strive for competitive pay and retention. I am hopeful that I will one day not have to make the incredibly hard decision between starting a family and staying at a school that I consider a second home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Next will be Matthew Solak, and then we will go back to Mr. Cassidy and then go online with Ms. Baker. Mr. Solak.
Hello, my name is Matthew Solak, and I have been a teacher at Legend High School for 15 years. I'm a parent of a DCSD student, and I'm a proud member of the Douglas County Federation. Parents all know how important it is for their students to have great teachers. Great teachers inspire students to learn, build their self-confidence, and help them grow both academically and as human beings. We need to retain the great teachers we have and encourage other great teachers to come to Douglas County. I would like to thank the school board and Superintendent Kane for your work to find creative ways to help retain and attract great teachers to Douglas County. Tonight, Superintendent Kane is going to propose a cost of living increase to the current teacher pay schedule. That means teachers will get their year step in the step and lane system, and that schedule will be improved to reflect the cost of living increase. This cost of living increase will also apply to those teachers who are above their cell and are essentially frozen until their years or education catches up to their cell. Recruiting season is upon us, and teachers are beginning to make decisions about where they will teach next year. This pay increase will go a long way in helping teachers make decisions about next year. Superintendent Kane will also propose a much-needed pay increase for classified employees and for administrators. Everyone in our schools are educators, from secretaries and kitchen staff to security guards and custodians. They all help support students' growth and education, and they need to be taken care of. I am here to not only thank you and Superintendent Kane for your efforts, but also to encourage you to approve Superintendent Kane's proposal and to publish a revised teacher pay schedule as soon as possible to help show current teachers and prospective teachers what they can expect for next year. Through good, clear communication, your efforts can have the greatest impact. I also hope our community will support investing in an MLO and bond to help make these pay increases permanent and to build schools in much-needed areas. By investing in our schools, we are investing in the future of our community, which benefits us all. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Solak. Matthew Cassidy, then we will transition online with Tiffany Baker and Mary Beth Tullis. Mr. Cassidy.
Thank you. Sorry I was late. Good job being ahead of schedule. Hello, directors. Hello, Superintendent Kane. Thank you for being here and for all the work you do. Just a couple of things from me tonight. I received and took the equity survey. I don't blame you for wanting to know more about what the community thinks about equity. God knows you've had enough of us up here yelling at you about it. But hiring Hanover Research to do the equity survey is a bit like hiring McDonald's to do a fast food survey. Hanover Research is not just steeped in diversity, equity, and inclusion ideology itself. It peddles on its website the Hanover Research Toolkit for Systemic Implementation of Equity that provides this too socialist for words analogy to understand what it means by equity. Quote, consider how a loaf of bread might be divided among 6 people. If the guiding principle was equality, each person would get a slice that was the same size. But if the goal was equity, the loaf would be divided based on each person's individual needs that would be best for the group as a whole. This is not giving an asthmatic child an inhaler. This is not helping 3 cartoon characters see over the baseball field. This is not giving different bikes to different sizes of kids. This is literally taking bread out of one kid's mouth to give it to another, quote, for the good of the whole. Your mission is to, quote, provide an educational foundation that allows each student to reach his or her individual potential. I don't know how you can claim to be helping each student to reach his or her potential when you literally take resources from one to give to another, quote, based on what would be best for the group as a whole. Mark my words, Hanover Research is going to come back to you and tell us that we need to do more equity to engineer some outcomes. It's in their blood. When you hire McDonald's to do your fast food survey, don't be surprised when they come back and tell you the Big Mac is the best food money can buy. When you hire Hanover Research to do your equity survey, don't be surprised when they tell you that the equity is the best thing since sliced bread, but just don't pretend everyone will get a fair slice. While I'm talking about questionable ideas, I just wanted to touch on the housing proposal that you presented at your last meeting. First, I love that you're thinking outside the box on how to make this district competitive given where we are with teacher pay. I love more teacher pay, I really do. By all means, brainstorm. But I hope that this teacher housing proposal is just one of those ideas that you throw out there while you're spitballing. The proposal was light on details about the role of the board or the district, but it seems like a scary expansion in government overreach to me. Increasing the size of government, increasing the role of government, allowing the government to pick winners and losers, to create a, quote, public-private partnership, to pay development fees and a perpetual management fee to shape properties so that they can subsidize housing for approximately 200 out of thousands of
15
teachers.
seconds remaining.
This has big government boondoggle written all over it. Please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Blair, do we have Ms. Baker online?
We do, sir.
Okay, it'll be Tiffany Baker, followed by Mary Beth Tullis, followed by Jolene Mulchler. Ms. Baker, can you hear us?
The school board and superintendent partnering with outside political advocacy groups like FAIR Douglas County Chapter is costing our school district dearly. Nearly $500,000 has been spent on your politics over the past year, potentially more. Superintendent contract pay out $247,500. Educational equity forums by Hanover Research, $75,000 to reopen discussions on policy ADB for political points. Survey subscription with Hanover Research for $49,440 annually for 5 years, which began in July 2022 under Superintendent Kane. Colorado Open Meetings Law lawsuit, nearly $100,000 as of November. This is still going in. Not sure if there's going to be more lawsuits coming for the discrimination concerning our former superintendent and certain directors. Key DCSD leaders have left the district because of your politics. Special Education Services Officer Sid Rendell, Chief Financial Officer Kate Kataska. You lost the election for 5A and 5B in November, which could have increased teacher salaries and built neighborhood schools and newer developments. It's insulting to teachers that you're looking at affordable housing options when you flushed nearly $500,000 down the toilet for your political agenda. And these are just the costs that I know about as a private citizen. Directors Peterson and Weingar endorsed Colorado House Representative Anthony Hartsook. Invest in DCSD advertised the campaign and multiple Republicans on their issue committee's Facebook page, including Representative Brandy Bradley. Representative Bradley signed her name onto a bill called Concerning the Creation of Income Tax Credits for Non-Public Education Vouchers. She introduced a bill discriminating against transgender athletes and is now suggesting that trans athletes should be segregated to their own league. Colorado Parent Advocacy Network, Clerical, has made the same suggestion. Superintendent Kane accepted a champion award from this advocacy group in November. Rep. Bradley voted against the bill expanding assistance for educator programs. All 3 Republican representatives from DECO voted against Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact. Superintendent Kane is on the leadership program of the Rockies Advisory Council. The following far-right groups had representatives at their annual retreat this month: Moms for Liberty, Turning Point USA, Parents Defending Education, Colorado Parents Advocacy Network, Centennial Institute, Faster Colorado, the Independence Institute. Your politics is not good for public education and is costing our school district. The public deserves to know what additional costs we might not be aware of. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mary Beth Tullis, Jolene Mulchler, followed by Mike Parsons. Is Ms. Tullis online?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Kane. My name is Mary Beth Tullis, and I am a mom of 2 boys in DCSD. I was a 2nd grade teacher for 14 years in Oakland, California. I am currently substitute teaching and executing structured literacy consistently at Eagle Ridge Elementary in DCSD. I'm requesting that a literacy discussion be initiated during the next board meeting on March 28th. In my personal observations and speaking with educators inside DCSD, there seems to be a growing issue in the district. In recent years, the amount of IEPs, 504s, and students getting underserved has been growing. I don't believe this is any fault of teachers or administrators. In talking to teachers and parents, our current literacy plan is not accommodating our diverse population of learners. A structured literacy model could benefit our students and impact the school experience beyond the primary grades. Structured literacy is based on the science of how kids learn to read. Skills are taught in a direct and a logical order. It is a comprehensive approach to literacy instruction that research has shown is effective for all students and essential for students with dyslexia, which accounts for about 20% of our population. I am urging your board to begin the conversation and seek a literacy solution for all students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tullis. Jolene Mulchler, Mike Parsons, followed by Shannon Doring. Is Ms. Mulchler online?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Douglas County School Board of Education Directors. My name is Jolene Muchler. I am a licensed Colorado special education early childhood teacher, an advocate for lifelong learning, and today a messenger representing your Colorado community partner, Work-Life Partnership, a local nonprofit organization who partners with employers to support employees with human connection and actionable data to grow successful businesses. Today, I come bearing the good news that Work-Life Partnership has received a grant from Colorado's Department of Early Childhood. The Community Innovation and Resilience for Care and Learning Equity, or CIRCLE grant program, was funded by $23 million in American Rescue Plan and coronavirus relief funding Governor Polis directed across Colorado communities to support education through innovation and targeted teacher support. Work-Life was awarded CIRCLE grant funding to extend Lifeline, a program providing access to safe lending through small dollar loans to early childhood educators and K through 12 teachers through their employers. Safe lending means quick access to funds so that teachers can stay ahead of financial crises and secure basic necessities. Safe lending means affordable interest rates so that teachers aren't left backwards, decreasing their financial stability. Safe lending means not requiring collateral, since often a teacher's only asset is often their way of commuting to work and or transporting their children. 96% of our borrowers surveyed said that having access to Work-Life's small dollar loan made them more likely to stay at their current employer. And not only does Work-Life take on the risk of administering the loan, in addition, the current grant funding allows for the Lifeline program to be free to school districts indefinitely and available to all employees at the district, not only teachers. This is an effective way for schools to embed a needed financial resource and retention tool. I will be sending you an email with more information about how you can learn more about bringing this opportunity to the district and support next steps to ensure that the teachers and employees of Douglas County Public Schools can benefit from the Lifeline program this year and for many years to come. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Muchler. Mike Parsons, followed by Sharon Doring. Is Mr. Parsons online? Okay, we will move to Ms. Doring. Is she online?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Board Directors and Superintendent Kane. I appreciate the opportunity to address you even remotely tonight. My name is Shannon Daring. I teach English and speech and debate at Castleview High School, and this is my 3rd year in Douglas County, my 5th year of teaching overall. I'd like to use my time tonight to discuss the recommendations regarding compensation for the 2023 to the 2024 school year. The disparity in compensation between Douglas County School District and surrounding districts is not a secret, and it is significant. Approving the compensation recommendations will provide the certainty I need to plan for the future, something that I haven't had in the past years. I recognize that it is a risk for you to make this decision now, and I want you to know that taking that risk not only provides critical knowledge as I and my fiance, also a Douglas County School District teacher, look to next year and the years that follow. I also know that this is a statement from you about your awareness of and commitment to the employees of this district, and therefore I am asking you to vote to accept the recommendations. I would also like to thank Superintendent Kane and her staff for the expanded efforts to speak with staff in multiple ways. I know that input and feedback you gathered informed your decisions and creativity regarding the retention strategies, from the $2,000 retention bonus, the additional personal day, and no increase in health premiums to free lunch. As someone whose household income is made up entirely from a Douglas County School District salary, I can tell you with certainty that it all matters. Each year at this time, I weigh whether we can stay in Douglas County School District. In fact, just last night, my fiance and I discussed it after receiving an unexpected dental bill. The recommendations tonight and the actions you take tonight say a lot about your understanding of your commitment to providing as much as possible for employees and, by extension, the students in this district. For the record, I do have every intention of staying in DCSD. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Daring. Nick, if you'd like to approach the podium. We will now have Student Advisory Group comment.
Good evening, directors. So I just wanted to give a quick update about what the Student Advisory Group has been doing in the past few months and what we did in our meeting last night. So last night we kind of talked about the MLO bond and the student perspective on how we could get that passed and what needs to be done in this next future campaign. So there was a lot of good discussion about what this group, the MLO, the MBEC group, needs to do to get this passed. So we brought some ideas to the table, and they'll be discussing it in that next meeting on Monday. And we also had a few conversations about text-to-tip and safe-to-tell and that whole system. And we were brought a proposal about maybe altering the way that students look at safe to tell, and maybe bringing a new method of action that is less severe than safe to tell. So it's not for as severe incidents, but for moderate instances that might not need help right away. So our school safety subgroup is taking that on for our next initiative, and they're probably going to start that next year after we finish this current initiative. And so for our subgroup work time, we kind of just followed up with the board's recommendations from the last meeting when we presented to you guys, and we've been working to create formal presentations for you guys in May, and almost all of our groups are getting close towards the end of their presentations and are ready to present. And there's been a lot of good things happening. Mental health is still working towards ironing out the differences between the introduction to mental health and wellness and mindfulness. So they're having another meeting with the Thunder Ridge advisors, and they're going to be working with that, seeing how they can fix it, and that's looking really promising, and we're starting to really channel in those differences and looking to pass that class in the next couple of years. And school safety is still working on the safety buckets in each classroom, and they've had some conversations with school resource officers, and there's starting to finalize and develop that plan. And then our weighted honors classes subgroup, they've been working on looking at more data and statistics on how we could be more persuasive with our arguments and the comparisons between us as DCSD or Cherry Creek. And so they've been working on that, creating a solid proposal. And also our IBHK group has finished their final presentation. They're now working on creating the paperwork for a proposal for that one as well. And our hands-on learning they're basically almost done. So we're gonna listen to their practice presentation in the next meeting and gonna see how that goes, give them some feedback. So it's nice and perfect for when we present to you guys in the end of April. And then we also had our diversity and equity group kind of switch up on kind of what they wanted to do, but they're working with a few out of the district organizations to get funding for a SART-like model. So they talked to Mr. Reynolds to see how we could work that out and get some funds, maybe through fundraising or grants. So it would be pretty cheap, but we're trying to work through that process and trying to find an organization to help us train people on awareness and acceptance. And our dress code group that didn't present, unfortunately, in the last meeting, they're working on kind of getting a solid idea down. They had an idea, but it didn't end up working out in the long run, so they're kind of switching up. But they're working on implementing flyers in all the schools, kind of about the dress code, and working towards a policy that would handle the situation of calling a student out of class early and just how a teacher should approach that. So that's kind of their future steps, but they're kind of just in the process of doing some research, figuring out what they need to do. And our environmental group, the LED lights, they have their proposal and they're still like kind of ironing out like just more of the details towards that to make it good for you guys when we do present. Our Helper technology group worked with Mr. Blair, had a great conversation with him, and they're really just trying to get that proposal passed to get Helper in all the schools. And in our Eco Hours group, they're also working towards just like all the groups are kind of going into details now and just kind of making everything perfect to be prepared for the next for the final meeting. But that's basically a quick summary of what we did last night and just what you guys should expect in the future. But yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Nick. And I know we have Director Ray and Myers guiding you. I know we're still talking about the presentations, April, May, things like that, audiences, but I'm sure you'll get more word back through the board liaisons. Thank you for coming to present tonight. Okay, that is the end of public comment. And we will move to item number 9, which is the adoption of consent agenda. We have items number 10 through 16 organized for Board of Education block approval. Do I have any motions concerning the consent agenda?
Move to approve consent agenda items 10 through 16.
Second.
We have a motion by Ray, a second by Williams. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed 7-0. Moving into item number 17, approval of minutes. And these are the board minutes for the January 24th and February 7th board meeting. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approve the board minutes as presented. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve January 24th and February 7th minutes.
Motion by Ray,
Second.
second by Meek. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed 7-0. And now we are into, we don't even need a recess yet, so we'll keep going. We are into item number 18, Human Resources Update, a 35-minute presentation followed by 15-minute Q&A.
And because we are ahead of schedule, President Peterson, we do have some leaders that are arriving at 6:15 to be part of our presentation. So I think we'll probably end up right about there anyway. So just wanted to warn you of that. Okay.
If you would like, we could take a 15-minute recess right now.
That would be
Okay,
really great.
we will do
Thank
that.
you.
It is 10 of. We will reconvene at 5 after.
Okay. presenting this together. We'll be tag teaming it. So Chief Human Resources Officer Amanda Thompson and our now permanent Chief Financial Officer Janice Schleisner. Yay! And I will be tag teaming this presentation and also available to answer your questions. And then we have some of our amazing school leaders that Amanda will introduce to you in a little bit that are also here to say a few words. So thank you to them for being here. Okay, first of all, just grounding us, the Board of Education end statements, outstanding educators and staff. And so the applicable sub-ends from outstanding educators and staff include quality educators and staff, have been recruited, developed, supported, retained, and celebrated. Educators and staff are valued and given multiple opportunities for their voices to be heard. And then a safe, positive climate and culture, a purposeful focus on creating a caring, safe, fun, supportive, and positive learning and working environment for all students, district employees, parents, and community that is manifest throughout the district. All right, so I want to start by just grounding everyone and our public in where we stand relative to other school districts in terms of competition. Because an employment market is always about competition, whether it's teachers or engineers or anyone. It's always about competition. So it's just important for us to understand where we currently stand and why staff, and I know all of you feel this urgency to make sure that we do everything we can to hold on to our teachers. We've got updated average teacher salary numbers on the left. So this is from CDE's latest data, which includes 21-22 average teacher salaries. And you can see we sit about in the same place. We're now 19,000 off of Cherry Creek, so you may hear that change from 18 to 19, which is one of the things we're hoping to change. Our starting teacher salary is $43,680. And actually, I know you all know this, but I just want to pause at that number for our community for a moment. Our starting teacher salary is $43,680. A one-bedroom apartment in Douglas County costs approximately $1,500 to $1,700 a month. Someone making $43,680 can barely even share a one-bedroom apartment with another person making $43,680, and even then, it would be a lot of money and more than they could afford. So, and then you can see the starting teacher salaries across our neighbors, the folks that we generally compete with. So again, just readdressing why. Why are we at a competitive disadvantage? It is not because our district chooses not to pay our teachers competitively. It is not because our district chooses not to pay our transportation staff or our EAs or our principals or anyone else competitively. It is purely a funding challenge. And so in looking at this graph, the blue and green together make up the funding through the School Finance Act. The blue is what comes from local property tax dollars. The green is what comes from the state's general fund. This is all proportioned on a per student basis for us and other districts. So it's our total program divided by the number of funded pupils that we have, and likewise for other districts. You can see the gray is where the disparity really is, and that is in our local mill levy override. We have $1,151 per student in local mill levy override, and you can see the other districts are quite a bit ahead of us in that regard, and that's why we can't pay competitively. So I also want to make sure I want to make sure that you hold this in your minds as we go through what we're going to do for next year, because it isn't going to change this dynamic. Okay, as a reminder, we came to you in January with short-term retention strategies. After the loss of 5A and 5B, the Board of Education asked staff to go back and think about short and long-term retention strategies, because retention had to become our number one priority. And so we came back in January with short-term retention strategies, including, as was mentioned in public comment tonight, the $2,000 para-includable retention stipend that will happen in September of 2023 for our staff who choose to stay with us. We talked about a modest ongoing pay increase based on the additional state revenue that we would get, that all other districts will get as well. We talked about adding money to our tuition reimbursement fund for the current year, and guaranteeing that next year health benefits premiums would stay flat for our employees, which means the district would absorb any premium increase. And then finally, every employee getting an extra personal day. As a reminder, the way that we are able to pay for all of that is actually the very problem that we are trying to solve. Because of the labor shortage and our inability to pay competitively, we have many, many openings throughout our district, which means the employees that we have in our district are working twice as hard because there aren't as many of them. But it also means that without people in those jobs, that frees up budget capacity this year only for us to be able to pay for these things for the folks that are with us. So this is being funded by one-time money. As an overview of what Amanda's going to talk about in terms of long-term retention strategies, the first one we're going to talk about is an ongoing pay increase with new state revenue and announcing it much earlier than we normally would or than other districts have. Horizontal lane advancement adjustments. Most of these retention strategies, or all of them, also as you heard in public comment, really did come from our system and from a feedback loop that you all have created and we have created with our system. There was frustration on our employees' part that they had to wait for a window in order to receive lane advancement once they've obtained a degree or credit hours, and we are eliminating that window. No more window. You can just apply for it when you get it. Climate and culture. So we'll be talking, Amanda will be talking in more detail about a free lunch pilot for our employees. We're doing free lunches, as you know, next year for all of our students. We would like to pilot for 1 year, offering that to our employees. It's really hard to estimate what that could cost, so we will try it for 1 year and see how the logistics work out and what the cost is. But any employee with a badge would be able to go to a school and receive a lunch. Reduced base childcare rates for DCSD employees. We'll talk about that. Enhancements to employee workspaces, particularly in transportation and operations and maintenance, and increased employee engagement opportunities. We will continue to optimize our employee benefits. And we are, thanks to CHRO Thompson, coming up with so many creative ideas to make sure that we have ease of access to wellness screenings and annual physicals for our employees, understanding what schedule they're on, and making sure that we carve out time with our providers to do it when it works for our employees. Growing our own pathways to teaching. We've alluded a little bit to this. So we are creating an alternative licensure program right here at DCSD for our future, for our employees who have bachelor's degrees or oftentimes subs and can apply to go through our licensure program in order to get them teaching. And then multiple additional pathways are in development and internships. And CHRO Thompson will talk in more detail about all of these things. And then finally, we're doing some revisions and improvements of our internal systems, and we're continuing to explore what possible attainable housing solutions can look like. So this is the big one. We are proposing a compensation increase effective next year for our licensed and non-licensed employees, so for all of our staff. We would normally do this increase in May after the state legislature has finalized the School Finance Act. But here's what we know. We know that the School Finance Act has to increase by inflation. And that's going to be somewhere around 8% or a tiny bit over 8%. So we feel fairly confident that will continue, and that where we land in May will be really close to where it looks like we're going to land right now. And we feel like making this recommendation to you now is worth the calculated risk of what if the world falls apart and somehow, the budget stabilization factor quadruples in the next 3 months or something crazy happens. We know there is some risk, but we feel really confident that the School Finance Act will increase, certainly sufficient to pay for the increases that we are proposing. By proposing these increases now, we're making a huge difference in terms of retention because we're providing assurance and stability for our employees so they will know what next year is going to look like. And it will also help us with recruitment. So here's what we're proposing. A step increase for our licensed staff. So that's generally a 2 to 2.5% increase. So they would go to the next step on our structure. And then have an increase to the base ongoing of 3.5% that applies to everyone. So they get their step increase and that 3.5%. And again, that 3.5% ongoing increase applies to everyone, even if they are oversell or even 110s, which we haven't done before. We need to keep all of them. We need to keep all of them. You can see our proposed 23-24 licensed salary schedules. This brings our starting teacher salary from that 43,680 number mentioned earlier to a little bit over 45,000, something about 45,000 is a lot better than 43,680. Our starting salary for hard to hire is right at 50,000 and a little bit more for our extremely hard to hire, which is a very limited portion of our staff. This increase would take our number of licensed staff that are actually on the schedule from 73% to 85%. So the closer we get to having all of our licensed staff on the schedule, the less we'll be dealing with one-off situations of people being above sell or not in the right spot. So that's the licensed side. That costs a total of $15 million. The non-licensed employees, so our licensed employees make up about 2/3 of our total salary bucket. The other third of our total salary bucket goes to our classified staff and our admin pro tech staff. We are proposing an ongoing increase of 6% for our classified staff, understanding that our bus drivers in particular are subject to our ATU negotiated agreement, so that's a separate deal. And then our admin pro tech employees would receive an ongoing increase of 5%. So our pro tech folks are our IT staff and people who do professional development for our district, et cetera. So those are the proposed increases. The non-licensed side would come in at $7.5 million for a total of $22.5 million. And again, we do feel confident that even with some allowance for something strange to happen, that $22.5 million, when the School Finance Act is finalized, we will have the resources for this $22.5 million. You will see it in the budget. The Fiscal Oversight Committee will be able to look at this with all of the other things that the district will have to increase when they look at the budget. So the budget will have a thorough review. This is the piece that we're asking for now. So again, a little bit about the timing. We knowing the increases now helps provide certainty for our staff and helps keep them committed to our district. We don't want them to apply for other jobs. We'd just like them to keep the pen in the drawer and keep teaching at our school district. The updated pay schedules, frankly, will also help us with recruitment. Right now, we would be the first district to truly have updated full schedules for next year. So when we're showing staff at recruiting fairs, our schedules will actually be showing them new schedules versus looking at older schedules. For other districts, I realize it is a really small little advantage, but we need to take every advantage that we can get. And again, on the risk side, approving an ongoing commitment of $22.5 million without having 100% certainty that the $22.5 million will come from the School Finance Act is a calculated risk. Our current fund balance after reserves is $71 million. And we feel very good about this. We wouldn't be presenting this if we didn't feel really good and feel like this is a calculated risk, but it is one that we feel is worth taking. Okay, so that is the last thing I want to say about a step and lane structure in general is anytime you approve a step and lane salary schedule, in order to award your employees a step every year, that's going to cost 2 to 2.5% every year. So a step-in lane is always going to be an additional 2 to 2.5% every subsequent year as long as you award steps. But should anything strain, that's true for our district, that is true for every district, that is how step-in lane structures work. If the bottom were to fall out or whatever, you can always make a decision not to award steps in a given year. I'm not recommending that at all, but I'm just saying that's what is the backstop for approving this schedule that you know is going to increase 2 to 2.5% every year because people are being awarded steps. And of course, you also have turnover, which helps to make up for some of that as well. Okay, this is a happy thing. We are actually really, really excited to be able to do this. We're excited that our projected new resources will allow us to do this. Now, I need to also say, and you will hear me say this until I can no longer speak, every school district will receive inflationary funding from the School Finance Act, and every school district will do what we're doing. We're just going to do it faster. That's all we've got, but we'll do it faster. But every school district is going to do what we're doing. So this will not alleviate the need for 5A. It will not close the gap with other school districts, but it will be a great message to our teachers and to our staff. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to CHRO Amanda Thompson.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And Ms. Schleisner, you can feel free to come up here too. We're a great team. So as you know, we have a lot of other opportunities in which to provide compensation supports to our employees. So again, reminder about that retention stipend applying to all individuals in that detailed document there. If they have a position at the last day of the school year or in their contract year and return for the following year, this mirrors the process that we implemented this current school year as well. So always know that our employees can contact HR if they have questions, but please note again to all of our employees, this is para-includable. We are pleased, based upon the feedback from our system of licensed employees, to be able to implement horizontal lane advancement and expand it at any time in which the individuals have earned those additional credits. As you know, this was our first time this last spring as we implemented our new schedules, and so we had an isolated window. Very excited for our employees to not have to wait, and soon after this, you will have a communication out to the system on what that process is. A similar process, but starting May 15th is when we will open up that window for a continuous application process. And those qualifiers remain the same for university credits at this time. We are also excited, again, based upon a lot of our substitute teacher feedback, to offer a one-time retention stipend to our substitute staff of $750 for those that sub 75% or more from the beginning of this school year through the end of this school year. So we currently do have some subs that qualify, and this is a great opportunity to all of our licensed subs. There's still time. And we will also, that information is also included in that link above. Yep.
One of the reasons that we're recognizing our subs that sub 75% of the days of the school year, a lot of our subs are filling in for our EA4 positions. And we really need to incentivize them to continue to help us in that regard, and as we work to get more competitive so that hopefully we can hire into those positions. So it isn't just subs in our classrooms, although it's definitely that. A lot of our subs move from one long-term sub position to another, so we really do need to keep our subs as well.
Thank you. And we continue to honor and believe in and support taking care of our employees. And as mentioned earlier, we're excited to provide free school lunches to our employees in a pilot program this coming year. And so thanks to Janet and her team for working with us on that. We'll have more information coming forward, but the basic of it is that we really want our employees to feel like, they can go down the hallway, they could stop by one of our buildings and grab lunches. We often have a lot of our employees, say for example, custodial staff or grounds staff, who are there working very, very hard, and how wonderful it would be to give them the opportunity to stop in and have a lunch. So we'll of course be providing further information about it. Maybe a little bit difficult on that last piece of pizza for some of our kiddos and for our staff, but we really look forward to this opportunity. In addition, we are working with our wellness department in partnering with operations, maintenance, and transportation on enhancing those workspaces in small but really meaningful ways. Whether that be providing additional, snacks in the area, or looking at, some furniture upgrades, or just making the space inviting in their break room. It's those just small but really big ways to show our employees that we care about them. And we look forward to being able to report back out as we are in those beginning phases. In addition, we are working with our BASE programs to offer our employees who utilize our BASE program, our daycare program, a discount, the employee discount. A lot of districts around us do offer a discount as well, and so we will be communicating out that process. We know that doesn't supersede a priority in getting into the daycare programs and utilizing that, so we'll work through those processes, but we're excited to be able to show our employees just that extra layer of support for those that utilize BASE. And we continue to provide opportunity around growing all the individuals around us, whether that is going to a conference or working with our schools and departments to work with their staff on ways that they would like to be grown, added certifications or trainings, and then providing that flexibility within our buildings and our schools of moments of fun, celebration, and honoring our employees. And that may look different in each of our buildings, and that's why we're really excited to provide that choice for our leaders to work with their teams on what matters for them. And we definitely value continuing to lean in and gather that feedback. And so our employee council, thank you to them. You'll hear a little bit more. You'll see some of their thoughts later too, or incorporated. And we've met with our employee council. I know Superintendent Kane has met with Teacher Connect, and we're really excited to have those mechanisms. We'll continue to do superintendent presentations, leader presentations, to ensure that we collect and consider and review all of the various forms of feedback. And I thank Employee Council. We had a work session last month, and they generated and supported a lot of these ideas. So the best people in the room are those that live within those positions to give feedback. Benefits and wellness. So just a reminder to all of our employees, first of all, our open enrollment season opens up here in May. We'll be providing that soon. And we, as a district, will be providing 0 increases, so employee health premium rates for the employee remain the same. Although we know that costs of benefits are going up everywhere, that is a very typical thing. And we are excited to be able to absorb that for the employee for this coming year in order to make sure that that paycheck doesn't get heavily impacted and we can find every little way to support. And we will be providing for the next school year 1 personal day as well to each of our employee groups. And as we continue to review and develop our benefit offerings, we're keeping an eye on different plan structures. We appreciate the opportunity to work with United Healthcare, Kaiser, Centura, and others. And we just want to keep that eye on and review those plan design offerings to make sure it can be as affordable as possible, reasonable as possible in relation to that total cost, and explore any other way that we can enhance this. So you'll hear more about that as we go into next year and reach this time of year. We also appreciate all of our wellness champions in each of our buildings. They work with our wellness department on all of the fun activities, healthy activities, volleyball, yoga class, climbing club, just one of many, many, many ways in which we support and foster healthy environments for our employees. We will now be continuing to share the health trend data, just overall areas. For example, we might need to continue to work on healthy hearts, and therefore all of the work that our champions will continue to do will align to any trends that we see, because we want to provide opportunities to continue to improve the health of our employees. And I'm very excited about working with our community partners and our healthcare providers in one of many healthcare screening opportunities designed exclusively for Douglas County employees. Mark, if you don't mind, or team, if you don't mind to click on that, that would be great. And thank you to our benefits and wellness departments for helping make this happen. We're finalizing all of this, so we know, give us a couple more days just to make sure we make that link live and that everyone can have the access to each of those providers. But if you could scroll up just a little bit, that would be great. You'll see all of our partners here who are working with us to provide those annual screenings, whether it's mammograms, colonoscopies, blood pressure checks, women's health, annual physicals. Aligned to our days or our professional learning or non-contact days. It's often really hard for our employees to take a moment out or get a sub to go take care of themselves. And so if we can make that a little bit easier, we are happy to continue to do so. This is one layer of a lot more coming in terms of these opportunities with our healthcare and Douglas County partners. Thank you. And we are very excited in partnership with Mr. Reynolds' department in continuing to develop grow our own programs and create pathways. We will soon be sharing more about our Douglas County Alternative Licensure Program that is currently in review with CDE, so we can become our own accredited licensure program. We'll go more into detail here. Also, our future educator pathway, so that's out of our Legacy campus. We currently have some mental health paid internships right now available, of which we are, our goal is to hire them up after, and then hiring our student teachers in a timely manner, and creating other pathways for those seeking bachelor's to teaching, and then other ways for growing our mental health candidates. So you'll see right now that our alt license program is underway in the planning phases, and this is for individuals who already have, our current employees who have a. So that would mean we'd have 30 members starting in this beginning cohort for fall of 2023 if approved. And we already have other pathways outside of, so if employees come to us or hires come to us and they are seeking alternative licensure, we work with any and all local universities in that process. We thank our team over there at Legacy Campus for building our future teacher pathway. That's what people know as our teacher cadet program. And we want to continue to grow that in partnership with University of Colorado, Denver. And again, if you can see this cycle, we're going to have students who go into the cadet program. I used to be a cadet. I'm really excited that, that we are growing this further. And then we'll get to have them come student teach with us and then have a job with us as teachers. So we're really excited about that. And then we currently have 5 school psychologist intern positions with pay at the starting cell of the general schedule. So typically if you're licensed, you'd fall in that extremely hard to hire as a mental health provider, but that is our way to grow and then develop and hire into the mental health positions. And we are in the accreditation process for a specialist and doctoral program. Wonderful things are happening. We also want to continue in that cycle to hire our student teachers to include this fall when our student teachers are nearing graduation. It's our goal to hire them into positions that are open and vacant and then keep them from here forward. So we'll be growing that as well. And then all of the next items are in development, which include bachelor's to teaching and added endorsement pathways outside of what the alt program would include. And then also a mental health growth and retention pathway program. It was wonderful to be able to partner and already have beginning conversations with lots of our universities who are wanting to work with us to further create these different branches of our alternative licensure program. And last, in the realm of long-term strategies, we want to continue to review and revise all of the internal systems, whether it's through our hiring processes, our workday workflows, make things as expeditious, as easy as possible for any of our current employees who need to work with us on any employment processes, and then also for those that apply to us. We don't want it to be cumbersome, and so we're working on ways to maximize workday and explore other ways to continue to enhance it. We're really excited, thanks to Mr. Blair and his team, on improving internet access in our schools and providing more wireless access point replacement. And then just know we are developing ways in which we can look at retention data a little bit more closely, find pockets and areas of success and learn from that, and then provide supports to those who may need additional support based on various layers of data. And then we are working with our classified staff or modernizing the way in which our classified employees keep track of their work hours and as it relates to pay. As you heard earlier, we are continuing to explore attainable housing, and we have reference here to our board presentation, and we'll be sharing further developments as we near into our long-term strategies. So in terms of feedback, again, very, very important to us to be able to receive and analyze feedback all throughout the system continuously. And then we have not only these sources, but many other sources in which we gather that feedback. So again, a special thanks to our employee council, one who've worked so hard over the years to help us with our current license pay schedule and ways to improve it, and then also engaging in the work session to provide a lot of these strategy suggestions we're talking about this evening. And at the Teacher Connect meeting, retention ideas were discussed and found very helpful, and we received that feedback, and that has been incorporated into this evening. And know that our Equity Advisory Council will be finalizing their recommendations around recruitment and retention and hiring. And so once we receive that, we'll work to review that information as well. And again, we receive feedback daily on ways we can improve all that we do here in Douglas County to keep our wonderful employees here, and also in addition to ways in which we can continue to enhance our pay schedules. It is my pleasure to welcome up some of our leaders as an added and very important perspective in relation to these strategies. So I would love to welcome up Kristen Drury, Executive Director of Schools. Come on up, thank you. Brian Singleton, Principal of Mountain Ridge Middle School. Jason Jacob, Principal at Legend High School, and Crystal Wood, Principal at Arrowwood Elementary School. Thank you for coming up.
Yay, all right.
All right, so this evening, really excited to have you all here. Thank you. We know you were so busy, and we just honor you for your perspective this evening. Please share with us or share with everyone about these retention strategies and what that means and what difference that could make. We'd love to hear your perspectives and feedback.
Well, thank you, and thank you all for letting us be here. I think you can hear the excitement in the room when we're talking about some of these retention strategies, and we know how important it is. I can tell you firsthand, from working with principals, for the past couple of weeks, they've been giving something called an intent to return survey at their schools. And staff has a chance when they think about, wow, am I coming back? They reflect and they think, well, do I want to come back? And sometimes when there's not certainty, there's a little bit of fear and ambiguity. This kind of takes away some of that. And it takes away one piece that may be the cause for people to determine, you know what, I think I want to stay. I think the other thing a lot of these strategies do is that it tells our employees, we care and we're trying, and people really appreciate that. When I began student teaching, early 90s, no judgment, at Northridge Elementary, I had a very seasoned and veteran teacher, and I did a lesson, and she looked at me and she said, you know, Kristen, that was pretty good, but no teacher is worth their salt until they're about their third or their fourth year. And I thought, wow, okay. And I've never forgotten that. But as I learned how to teach, and I worked in professional development, training teachers, it's a very complex business. And it is really important to keep who we have so that we can get the very best in front of our students.
use this. All right, off to a good start, thanks. I guess I'll give a perspective from middle school. When we think about the middle school model, it is reliant upon the people working together. And when you look at the work that we do with our PLCs, which is a district initiative, all of our teachers invest great amount of time, whether they're helping others out or they're learning, trying to bring their skill level up so that we can adapt to the students and their needs every single year in a team atmosphere. It makes it a lot stronger program when we can retain the same people and don't have to start over from scratch. When we can reduce the amount of people we have to bring in, catch up to speed, we can spend that time and those resources taking those that are already there further. And that's really important for us in our middle school model. And the other thing I'll say, as a principal, I do what I do for the people in my building. First of all, the kids, obviously, but my staff. And every time a staff member moves on to another environment thinking the grass is greener, that's a personal hit to me and the rest of our environment. And so if we can do things, even if they're little, like Superintendent Kane said, I'm all for it because it's the little things in our profession that matter. So thank you.
Hello. From that elementary perspective, I think through the importance of having the retention piece is huge because we do spend an enormous amount of time training teachers, getting them to the place that we want them to be so that we can have the quality of educator in front of the students that we would want for our own children. And so as a school, recently being able to reach that achievement of getting some awards for academic achievement and academic growth, I think about these teachers that I hired that are in the building are the ones that got us here. And so to be able to retain them and keep them, to keep that momentum flowing is huge. When I think through just talking with these teachers, this is the time right now that they are trying to make some decisions for themselves. And I feel like I've been able to sell that our culture and our climate, that's just automatic for them to be in, but it's hard to think about that money end. So if we are showing, hey, here's our current plan, and thinking about the future of 5A, that it's gonna pass for them, that they can stay and be here, I believe that this piece will really help to retain that and continue to show growth and achievement across the district.
All right, nothing like going last, right? Following up with that. So everything that they said, no. I think to start off, first I'd like to thank Superintendent Kane and Amanda Thompson for all you guys' work with this, just because at our district meetings, we've had a chance to see some of this information and then being able to share it with our staff, just to kind of, get the wheels turning for them, I think has been very, very helpful. So there's been a lot of work. I know when you're dealing with budget and numbers and all those types of things when you're building a type of a plan. I had a staff meeting this morning actually and had the opportunity to kind of talk a little bit about some of this and the what ifs. And I think there's something that in my mind that maybe doesn't outweigh extra money that people would get, and the word's value. And I think when people feel valued, and they know that there's a plan, and they know that there's care, and they know that those things are all going to hopefully come into some kind of fruition in the future, built on our climate, our culture, the kids, the families, everything that we do in our buildings, they see that and they feel that value, I think they're less likely to look. And so I think getting this schedule out now will help in them looking at those types of things and feeling that value and wanting them to stay within our school district. So I think that's all I'd like to add to that. So is there anything else?
Thank you very
much.
Other than we appreciate all of you and all of our other leaders out there in the system. So thank you for all that you do to impact our kiddos and our staff. Thank you. That was wonderful. So just some hiring timelines, just so that everyone is aware, and we'll continue to bring this forward for everyone's awareness. Another celebration is that earlier than typical, thanks to the feedback from our system of leaders, we have launched hiring season earlier than typical, a couple weeks earlier. So what that means is jobs are starting to post and flow now, and they'll increase, or we're working as quickly as we can. Flexibility is the name in HR, and we are really excited to look at things differently to serve our system. In addition to that, this Saturday, we are very excited to have an opportunity to be the first host district of our first Colorado Education Recruitment Fair. It's a consortium effort as the entire state of Colorado at our very own Legacy campus. We are very excited. We'll have individuals there from higher ed, from CDE. We will have most of our school districts there, individuals from out-of-state candidates and in-state, and we are at 300 candidates and growing. So we're very excited to have all of these things in place to be able to support our leaders with any hiring opportunities that we have. We'll share more about that, but very excited about that opportunity. And earlier than typical, thank you for the flexibility, April 25th, to be able to approve templates for our licensed contracts. And then our open enrollment period for benefits begins. And then that's closely after that, that's when we bring forward employment action and decisions and renewals into the coming year. And trailing right closely behind that, again, earlier, it's at least a week earlier than typical, starting May 15th, that's when compensation statements or pay information would go out to our employees in the system, and that's when licensed contracts would be issued as well. It felt really important to us to make sure that we're doing all of this as early as we can prior to our staff, our employees, our teachers closing out for the school year. And then again, May 15th, our horizontal lane advancement window, the continuous window begins. And our budget approval process would conclude in June. Okay.
Before I give the staff recommendation, I want to give CFO Schleissner just a chance to talk a little bit, if you could, about your assessment of the risk of the School Finance Act and making these recommendations now, if you would.
Yeah, I'm happy to. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. So as we're looking to these increases, we're really looking at new money. And so this is what's assumed to come from the School Finance Act. It hasn't been introduced in the legislature yet for the long bill. So there is that risk, but we've seen that over time, it does not change much from governor's bill or governor's proposal to what finally comes through. We also know that the assessed values just continue to grow, and that puts less and less pressure on the state budget, which gives us some extra comfort that they're not going to drastically change that or increase the budget stabilization factor on us. So we have some comfort around that. And then you also have the second quarter financials that you've looked at tonight and approved on your consent agenda. You can see that the ending fund balance, which is what I look to, so it's the projected ending fund balance, that ending fund balance is actually higher than the adopted and the revised budget as we continue to refine those numbers and also squeeze out the vacancy savings that we know is going to continue at least through this year that we're trying to fix with some of these recommendations. But we're able to refine some of those projections as we go forward and get more history under our belt. So with those things, I feel very comfortable that we can proceed forward with the proposal.
Okay, so our recommendation tonight is an approval of the resolution that you have in front of you, which is the 23-24 licensed salary schedules as described, and the increase for classified and increase for admin pro tech. Normally, you all would just approve the licensed schedules, and the other pieces would be incorporated into the budget, but because we are ahead of the budget, the resolution would cover all of those things. Before I take questions, I just want to go over one last slide here. It can be really easy for our staff or our public to interpret our ability to give a pay increase for the 23-24 school year as you can't possibly still need a mill levy override. We absolutely do. The School Finance Act is being increased for inflation, it's being increased for us, and it's being increased for every other school district, which means that even though we're out ahead of it, every other school district will do what we are doing, and our staff, our teachers will continue to be between $10,000 and $19,000 behind our neighbors in terms of competitive pay. A market is a market, competition is competition. That is just the way that it works. And while these changes have helped, our starting pay, even with the changes, is around $45,000. No one can live in Douglas County for $45,000. For that matter, they would have to live deep on the other side of Cherry Creek or Aurora, and they would have to drive by a whole bunch of Cherry Creek schools in order to get to the school where they're making $45,000. It's critical for our community and for the future of our community that we become more competitive. And so I've just provided that information here on this slide. Those differences still exist and will exist. You can see on the right here, that chart represents mill levy overrides that have been approved over time in various districts and how much per student each district collects in mill levy override dollars. And not surprisingly, there is a direct correlation to the average teacher salary that each school district is able to offer. So I just want to make sure, I know that this is a very delicate balance for us. And I want to make sure that we continue to talk to our staff and our community that this is really challenging. This is an inflationary increase. I was just talking to a mom the other day who went out, took her little girl out to Panera for a quick lunch. And she was like, lunch for myself and my 4-year-old was $19. That's what our teachers are living under. So an inflationary increase to the School Finance Act does not translate to purchasing power for our staff. So I hope all of that makes sense. And with that, we will happily take your questions.
Okay, board members, questions, comments? And we'll take up the resolution after we do Q&A. Director Weiniger.
Thank you so much for all the dedicated hours and all the creativity you've devoted to coming up with all these ways to keep our staff happy and our educators. And I agree, all those little things help. The break room being nicer, the workplaces being nicer. And I appreciate hearing from our principals of our schools. And it was a really great presentation, thank you. And I also appreciate you being honest about the risk involved in saying that FOC didn't have a chance to view this because you guys did so great at getting this done so soon. But we hope to bring it forward in the next FOC meeting just to get their weigh in on it. On me personally, I think you did a great job calculating the risk, and I still think it is a very conservative risk that you're taking, and I think it's worth taking that risk to give our teachers that, not sincerity, what am I trying to say? The certainty of what their salary will look like next year. So yeah, I think this is a great plan, and thank you for taking action instead of just planning away and not doing anything. So great job.
Yeah, I'd like to also echo some of those comments. I bet there are a bunch of other school districts sitting around here, if anyone's watching tonight, kicking their own butts because they just got outplayed by DCSD. Yeah, we've got the career fair this Saturday at Legacy. It's going to be wonderful. 7:30 is sign-in, starts at 9 o'clock. And to get out in front of this, everything that our principal said, predictability, stability, but really what it shows is the valuing of our staff. It really does. And I think the last thing it really shows is a lot of leadership. So I'd like to commend everyone standing in front of us and sitting there to get out in front and to lead and not be reactive on this is exactly what we've got to be doing. We're in a tight competition. This is a national shortage that affects us in the state, affects us in the county. And I mean, we're doing everything that we can. And by we, I mean the district. So thank you to Superintendent Kane, to our CHRO, our CFO, our principals, and everybody that got out in front of this and led with example. A little bit of risk, we get it. And thank you for communicating that again, but it's absolutely the right thing to give some certainty and to show the value that we feel for all our educators and staff. So thank you. Director Myers?
I also wanted to give a big thank you. I'm always amazed at your team and the work that you do, the data you put together, the numbers, and just what you're doing for our teachers and staff here in this district. Thank you, thank you. I would definitely want to give a shout out to our principals and EDOS that are here tonight. This year is 30 years that I have lived in Douglas County. We moved to Douglas County to be here for our kids because we knew of the schools. This is where I went back as a teacher after 16 years out of the classroom, and I had a principal at Rancho Middle School, Annette Salzman, that took a chance on hiring me. And this is the principals, the EDOS that are here tonight, we saw, and I've been out visiting schools, the care, just to know when we have these principals that love and nurture our staff, our teachers, and they want to come back. And that's what makes a school, and I stayed at Ranch View my full career till I retired. So that was because of the leadership that we had, this school district. My grandchildren are in this school district. My kids were in this school district. Thank you, thank you. We are by far a wonderful school district. And I want to thank you because I know that we have people that are happy here, and we're going to get this back on course again with paying our teachers and our staff what they deserve. So thank you.
Director Ray?
Yes, what everyone has said. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have some questions I'd like to walk through. I don't want to miss the opportunity to echo the accolades, though. I mean, absolutely. Building leaders, right on. I don't think you need to convince us that we need to do this work earlier and earlier. As a matter of fact, as I looked at last year, we actually did this on March 8th. So we're just a week earlier than we were last year because we felt the sense of urgency last year too. And that's probably one of my first questions really is, did that work? So we were in the, we accelerated our approval of salary schedules last year. We've done the $2,000 retention stipend. I think this is our third year, if I'm remembering. Do we know that that's worked? What I don't know is where we are with retention. Did we keep staff because we were out in front, because we did the retention stipend? Do we have any data to show that that actually worked?
We do know that in terms of CDE type data, that will be available in the next couple of months. Okay. But overall, we know that every little piece matters as soon as we can get out in front of things, and we happy to get further retention information to Superintendent Kane and share forward. But overall, we are finding an urgency and a need. The sooner we can get any and all of this information out, the better, in accordance also with all of our strategies to tackle hiring shortages and candidate shortages as well.
Yeah, usually the CDE has published retention data by this time, and we checked it just before we put the slides up on Friday.
They said it'll be available.
And it's just not available yet. So usually when we do talk retention, we've got our CDE numbers in front of us. So we don't have the CDE data yet, but our internal data has shown that we're doing better than we should based on our compensation differentials with other school districts. I would also add that you're right, the salary schedules were approved last March. It's a little different only because that was a massive new structure for our district. So I think that it'll be really interesting to look back on both years with the CDE data. But I think this year in particular will be very telling because you may have had people stay just because we moved to a new salary structure, less about what it was next year, whatever. And this is the second year in a row we've done a retention bonus of $2,000. I think in the prior year there was a bonus of $1,000 in the middle of the year. This one is specifically around if you stay. And just the feedback that we've heard internally through all the channels that CHRO Thompson talked about, those have all been very positive. In particular, that the $2,000 and the $1,000 before it being para-includable is really significant for our employees.
Good. Yeah. And I don't mean to burst our bubble, but Westminster just posted that they have a 3% increase and a starting teacher salary at $61,000. And I say that publicly just again, and they wanted to be the highest, the district with the highest beginning teacher salary. They did that intentionally. But you're right, the competition is fierce. And I do think every edge we can take to get out there and do this kind of work, the better. Sorry.
I just address that.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, on the starting teacher salary, I think all districts, ours included, have a choice. If you choose to make your starting salary much higher in order to be able to go out there and recruit, if you choose to make your starting salary much higher, you only have the limited resources from the state. So if that's where you choose to put it takes resources to make your starting salary higher, and those resources are coming away from your existing staff on the existing schedule. And so I just also want the board to hear and our staff to hear that we were purposeful in our recommendation. Our priority is retaining who we have. We absolutely need to recruit, but our priority is retaining who we have. So instead of piling our resources into making our general schedule starting salary $50,000, but then only being able to offer a 2%, instead of a 3.5% for everyone, we chose to put our resources into the people that we have. And I think every district, unfortunately, is faced with that choice right now.
Great. Yeah. A few more questions.
Yeah, point taken by, I think it was Principal Singleton, that said there's a cost to losing those people, especially our advanced people. The cost of training everyone up, the professional learning community investment, the peer investment into those folks, and then have them move on for compensation reasons. I see it as a cost savings in a way because we would have to pay twice if we lost those people. So thank you. Director Ray.
A question about, I know that we talked about those that are above cell now, as this would also apply to. So that's the 3.5% adjustment. How does that work for them in the future? Do we have to every year renew that commitment to say we're going to adjust your base even if you're above the cell every year? Or does that put them somewhere in a step that they can predict that the following year, they might also get that adjustment? Am I asking that correctly?
I can compliment, it's up to you. So thank you for that question. That is something that we'll continue to review, and we are very, very thoughtful and intentional around adding this to our employees' base pay, whether it's on the step and lane schedules or whether it's for our classified or other employee groups who are over their max of the range, as a very specific retention strategy. As we move forward with future funding, securing future funding, we have a lot of great feedback from the system of ways we can enhance those schedules. So for those sometimes individuals who are over their cell or at the bottom of their lane, we will have opportunity to look at what the base looks like, what those lane lengths look like. And so again, this is our continued honor and appreciation for our employees to have it go to their base pay.
Just to add to that, we do have a number of employees that are above the steps, so they're off in the gray area on our schedules, or that are above cell. And this was this ongoing commitment was for next year. It is something that we need to look at thoughtfully each year because it does take resources to do. I had a teacher ask me recently, you could incentivize early retirement. I was like, that is literally the last thing I want to do right now because if somebody retires early, I'm no longer super comfortable that I can replace them, right? I actually really, really, really need them to stay. And that was part of that decision on making it ongoing was really around that, because those are the folks that generally are our highest earners and are up at the edges of the cells, but we need them to stay. So that was the intentionality of that decision going into next year. Right. I imagine we'll have the same discussion next year, Director Ray.
Yes.
I appreciate the 110 increase too, because I think those are our retared people that have come back that you're also retaining for that commitment as well.
We thank our retirees for continuing to support our school system and our kids.
Yeah. I'll go to Director Hansen. I want to make sure we've got time for every director to comment and time allotted. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Full transparency, the budget aspect of this job is my absolute least favorite. The responsibility of being a good steward of the district's financial resources and ensuring long-term stability for our district has always just felt like an enormous it is an enormous responsibility. If there was ever going to be a time that I would make a decision based on a reasonable certainty instead of an absolute certainty, it would be for our teachers. And that it does concern me. Even a reasonable certainty is still concerning given the weight of the responsibility that we are tasked with. But an even greater concern for me is messaging to our community, which fits in with the long-term stability piece. That is a huge factor that we absolutely need to consider. And I was sharing with Superintendent Kane this morning that it feels like we're not just walking a fine line, we're walking on a sword. And any misstep could be really awful for our entire district. We need our teachers to hear right now that we are doing everything we can to take care of them. And we need our community to hear that we need funding. So I just want to give you an opportunity. Assuming I am like majority of our community members, and I'm just reading the headlines. In November, we saw headlines that said, we desperately need funding to provide our teachers a reasonable wage. What would you want the headline to be tomorrow? Because Douglas County is giving teachers a raise isn't quite an accurate headline, and maybe not a headline, maybe your 30-second elevator spiel, or how would you like us to respond to anyone that asks us, what can we do to help you make sure that our community is aware that we're basically this is a Band-Aid, and we still desperately need the funding, and we don't want this headline to overshadow the long-term message.
My headline would be something along the lines of, despite challenges with competitive pay, Douglas County School District, in an attempt to retain staff, is issuing inflationary increases being given by the state to its employees as quickly as possible. These are inflationary increases. These are inflationary increases that are being given to school districts by the state and that we are passing along to our employees. We're just passing it along as quickly as we can. Every school district will be passing along inflationary increases. At the end of the day, we still have a competitive market problem. And I do think our citizens understand a market and they understand competition. Just because we've moved from 43,680 to 45 and some change, we are still nowhere near our competition, and especially not after they issue their inflationary increases, which, as Director Ray said, some of them might be less than ours because they're choosing to invest in a starting salary that's crazy high for where they've been. Whatever investment that looks like, it's going to impact us, and we're going to remain behind for as long as we have a huge disparity in local funding. We are going to remain, and I think this graphic kind of says it all. As long as we remain funded to the tune of $2,000 a student less than our competition, they are always going to be able to pay more than us, which means they are always going to have an advantage in the competitive market. But you're right, inflationary increases that match inflationary increases that will be given by the state, despite challenges and inability to compete.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll give Director Williams and then Director Meek a chance since they didn't comment. Thank you.
So I'll make this super quick. So first, congratulations, Ms. Slicener, on your new position. I'm excited for you and us. And then also thanks to all the school leaders who came out tonight to speak to us about this. I can say that in all of my school visits that I've been doing recently, one of the questions I'm asking, or two, are number one, how are your teachers feeling about the retention strategies that have been set forth? And number two, how are you feeling about your teachers coming back next year, and what does that look like? And I've heard, and so bottom line is I'm thankful you guys came with the presentation because it wasn't originally supposed to be for tonight. So I was very pleased to see that this was put on last minute, because one of the biggest things I heard was it would be really great to have something to show our teachers before that the time comes where they can start interviewing and putting their names in the hat elsewhere. So that this was a really big thing. So thank you so much for being ahead of that. And number two, just everyone's really pleased with, at least everyone that I've talked to, with the retention strategies, and they do feel the value that we heard tonight from our school leaders. So thank you so much for all your work.
Director Meek?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of quick questions, and I don't want to say the same thing over and over, but thank you all for this great presentation. I'm curious, what is the amount that we do think we're going to get from the state when you're looking at the increase?
Right now, our estimate is anywhere between 30 million and 33 million. That's our most recent estimate.
And will some of that other funding go towards some of the other benefits that were mentioned in the proposal? Okay.
And keep in mind that every single year we have increases in cost because of increasing needs of special education students. We have increases that we can't really do anything about in order to remain compliant. So we're making sure to leave room for understanding that those are coming, as well as transportation of special education students. That goes up every single year. And we also know we are going to have to invest in transportation, which we will be giving you an update on March 7th. But that is just a huge pain point in our district. It's a huge pain point in our community. It's impossible to fix it without being able to be more competitive, but we recognize that we're going to need to make an investment to do what we can to, as Director Hansen said, make a bigger Band-Aid.
So I love all the benefits that you pulled out and talked about, and it's clear you were reflecting what you heard from our teachers and our leaders, and I think that's so important. And I think we've always struggled to pay competitively, and I think the benefits are a really important additional way to attract. I really appreciate Director Hansen's question on the messaging and your response. I think that's extremely helpful. And I appreciate you adding the financial aspect to the presentation. I did hear you say something about a fund balance of 71 million, I think is what you said earlier, Superintendent, but yes, Ms. Slicener.
That's on the projected fund balance for the general fund.
Okay. When I looked at the second quarter financials, it looked like the revised annual budget showed a unassigned ending balance of like 36.5 million. So I just was confused.
I am on page 3 for the general fund, and the ending fund balance after reserves and the year-end projections is an ending unassigned fund balance of 71,367,000.
Okay, that's great.
Okay.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Okay, with that, if we can move on, any questions? Now moving on to the resolution, questions regarding the resolution. Then any motions, debate, or discussion around the motions, and then we'll go forward. So,
More questions? Is it okay to ask a couple more questions about the presentation?
yes, just quickly. We're already over, but make them quick, please. Thank you.
I will. I want to talk about our classified and substitute a little bit because we oftentimes talk about our teachers and not our classified. So my first question, do we have a minimum wage for our classified employees that we're locked into? Do we say this is our, regardless of your category, regardless of your position, this is the minimum wage?
So we presented on minimum wage, gosh, was that in December?
Yes. Mary's coming on up.
Yeah, we presented in minimum wage, on minimum wage in December and the adjustments that we were making, and I will let Ms. Chesla talk more to that.
Mary, our compensation.
Thank you. On January 1st, the Colorado minimum wage went up to $13.56 an hour.
And that's also ours. I mean, I know some districts will say that's theirs, but we're going to start higher.
That's ours.
Okay, thank you.
We have other departments that have chosen to use a little bit larger minimum wage. Nutrition services is at $15, but overall for the district, it's $13.56 an hour here in Douglas County.
All right. And then question about substitute teachers. I know we are doing the $750 stipend for retention, which I think is great. What I'm wondering is, I know we had some feedback about substitute pay during COVID when we were using supplemental dollars to increase our sub pay. How close are we to that? I know we've decreased because we no longer have those supplemental dollars. So in the ballpark, what is our substitute fee, and have we looked at that?
Here, I have that right over at my desk here, and I can grab that.
Well, we can send it to her.
Yep, I will get you that information. Our fill rates remain strong, however, and so we thank our over 1,000 subs who are out there in the system supporting each and every day.
Because again, I think when we talk about our certified and licensed staff, which is the right thing to do, but we also don't want to forget that we have to make sure we're retaining our great substitutes too.
And sorry about that.
I think in a recent, well, I don't know how recent it was. In a few months ago in a superintendent update, I believe I put our sub rates compared to our neighbors. But if I haven't, I will do that. I will do that for you. We are relatively competitive on our sub rates. They are certainly less than they were during COVID. They're less for everyone than they were during COVID for all of the same reasons. With a higher fill rate, that's a difficult area to put additional resources to versus our classified staff, for example. But it's those subs that are with us all the time that we're able to reward through that $750 retention.
And Director Ray, that $750 retention stipend for our subs is exactly in response to making sure that we have our subs feel valued as well.
Good. I just wondered how close we were to that COVID sub rate of pay was really my question.
I'll have to get those numbers to you, but we're not at our COVID sub, nor is that necessarily a goal of ours, right? We were at the COVID substitute rate of pay was able to be there because of dollars from the federal government, because of the pandemic, and because our fill rate was abysmal. So when you can't fill, you have to take steps, as every district did during COVID, and then every district dropped back to we're above where we were pre-COVID.
And to save us time, I'll launch right into our discussion about the resolution, if
Thank
that's
you,
okay.
Director.
And I would just make one minor change in our resolution where we have in the second whereas statement, the board's in statements include outstanding educators. I would add and staff in that statement because that's actually the title of that in statement, but it also, I just want to make sure that we don't lose sight of that we have more than just educators that we need to pay attention to. And so I would just add that one revision to the resolution. And then I'll go ahead and make a motion that we adopt the resolution approving employee compensation pay increases for the 23-24 school year.
Second.
And friendly amendment as amended.
As amended
stated.
with addition of and staff in the second whereas statement.
Okay, we'll take boy, everybody jumped in on the second motion. Ray, to approve as amended. Who was the second? Okay, Director Myers, quick on the trigger. And any discussion on the resolution as amended or the motion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Gray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weininger?
Aye.
Passed 7-0.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you for your support through all this, for your support for our educators and staff. Truly, they're going to feel it. There will be a communication that will go out after this meeting, letting them know about your all's decision tonight. And just to all 7 of you, thank you so much for the heart you have for our staff. We just really appreciate it. So thanks.
And thank you, Leader Zam. Thank you. Just one other quick comment. When we approved the resolution last year, we added a note that said we really wanted the superintendent to define what regionally competitive means, or provide a metric to help us understand when we say regionally competitive, what does that mean? And I think we have all kinds of reference points. We talk about beginning teacher, we talk about average teacher salary. We have all kinds of reference points that we often reference. But I still feel like that we need to have a real clear milestone that says, this is what regionally competitive means to us. Does it mean we're in the middle of the heat, which would mean that, we're in the top 3 or 4 school districts in terms of whether that's average pay or whatnot, or what does that mean? But that was really a charge that we gave to the superintendent last year that I don't want to lose sight of, because it was actually, we approved it and we all agreed that that would be something that would be beneficial. So just, and the resolution actually says before the 23-24 school year begins. So I think it'd just be helpful if we could have some thought around that. What does regionally competitive mean for Douglas County?
Okay, thank you, Director Ray. 10 minutes, real quick. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break at 7:25. We'll reconvene at 7:35.
I was like, woo, we're all done, except I'm not. So here, I'm back. So this is the Financial Wellbeing Monitoring Report for N number 5. And I'd like to thank Director Meek for her assistance and expertise in policy governance to really kind of help us structure this in a way that is really meaningful for policy governance. Okay, so as a reminder, here is our monitoring report schedule. And at the moment, it is feeling a lot like a freight train. But so we are on the outstanding educators and staff component of the monitoring report. And the monitoring report, here's the policy end is financial well-being. And our current end statement has bullets A through D, and then the associated executive limitations that were mapped to this particular monitoring report. All right, so we're going to go one sub-end at a time. So sub-end A, the Board of Education and all district employees are good stewards of the financial resources belonging to the district on behalf of students and taxpayers. The interpretation is it's the ability to concentrate funding where it will do the most good while also being efficient with taxpayer dollars. So what evidence shows that that interpretation has been accomplished? In terms of the concentrate funding will do the most good and also being efficient. So we have financial transparency so our taxpayers can see exactly what we're doing. Detailed expenditures are also out there for public view. The district adopted budget is in line with board policy and state law. And then you can also see the investment reports or statements and how we've invested to be good financial stewards of our taxpayer dollars and spend it in the best possible way. Our budget shows that we put most of our taxpayer dollars to where it will do the most good, which is in our schools and with our kids. The next one is sub-end B. All district funds and expenditures are handled equitably, efficiently, transparently, responsibly, and purposefully to maximize the benefit for all students. The interpretation is the district financial transparency webpage is kept up to date. Regular reports are given to both the Fiscal Oversight Committee and the Board of Education, and appropriate support is maintained for all transactions. That would be reflected in our audit. Additionally, budget allocations to schools are handled through a formula generated by a cohort of principals and district leaders with supporting documentation for all allocations for the purpose of serving the unique needs of each student in alignment with the district's mission and vision. A budget guidance manual and training is available for all budget owners documenting the allocation process and procedures for the fiscal year. So that is that's done through financial transparency. So again, that's transparently was one of those pieces. We have available on our website both the financial transparency that we are required to have, as well as our detailed expenditure, where where our community can go look at the detailed expenditures. Our quarterly financial statements are presented to the board and the Fiscal Oversight Committee and approved by the board. So we do that piece of the interpretation. Our site-based budgeting formula reflects an allocation of resources based on the unique need of each student. So our site-based budget formula has that equitable piece where the allocation of our resources is based on the needs of our students and the needs of our schools. And then the budget guidance manual reflects that purposeful allocation process and procedures for the fiscal year. The next sub-end is all district financial transparency are legal, ethical, and appropriate in keeping with the district regulations and goals. That means the district remains in compliance with audit, grant, and other laws and policies, including those monitored by outside agencies. So the evidence for that, of course, is in our district financial audit. And the auditors found no material errors in financial results or position, nor significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in internal controls. Fiscal Oversight Committee found the same thing in looking at our internal controls and reviewing our audit. And then the comprehensive annual financial report that provides an accurate information regarding our financial condition and performance I won't read all of that to you, but we are in full compliance with all of those laws and requirements. I know the financial stuff is really exciting, right? Policy 7D, long-term, did you just say yes? Yay. Long-term financial stability and accountability has been established, maintained, and actively monitored in order to accomplish Board of Education end goals. And that means fund balances are maintained as required by law, as well as those established by the Board of Education, and that expenditures are analyzed with respect to the budget on a regular basis. Best practices set by the school finance community and recommended by the Colorado Department of Education are considered when evaluating fund balance thresholds and long-range forecasts. So that's a mouthful. So looking at evidence for that, we'll start with the fund balances as required by state law and the Board of Education policy. So state law requires us to maintain 3% of expenses as part of our TABOR, and Board of Education policy requires that we maintain 3%, an additional 3%. So you can see that in our district adopted budget as evidence. In the district financial audit as well, you can see the evidence of those fund balances being in compliance with TABOR and Board of Education policy. You can also see that our quarterly financials are regularly, the Board of Education and the Fiscal Oversight Committee are regularly updated on quarterly financials. And then the last piece is the financial health analysis that we perform for CDE every year. So you can see here, I know it's not super clear, but you can see CDE's benchmarks and that we are in alignment with those benchmarks for 2022. So that's the evidence piece on the benchmarks. And then staff provides regular frequent updates on the budget. Those are linked in the actual monitoring report. The master capital plan shows that long-range planning piece. And mill and bond updates in order to make sure there's oversight for those expenditures from the Mill and Bond Oversight Committee. And with that, we have the executive limitations. So you can kind of read through the executive limitations. It's very similar. Budgeting, making sure financial planning for any fiscal year complies with district policy, including the board's ends, ensures a positive, substantial financial condition, and have a 3-year plan for the general fund. So interpretation is superintendent will bring forward a budget that ensures financial stability and is aligned with district priorities. And so those budgets are linked there. And the last one, my eyes can't even read this, so I didn't think through that. But the interpretation, I think, is the district provides summarized and detailed information to the community to be consistent and reporting, as well as community oversight committees. So the evidence for all of those pieces are in there, very similar to the prior parts of the report. And then this is the last part, the asset protection. And again, those investment performance reports and statements show our assets and how we're using our assets for the best of the district. And I know Director Meek may have some comments around the executive limitations, but that's what we have.
Great. I'll open it up to directors for questions, comments. Director Ray.
Well, first of all, as I spoke with Superintendent Kane, I think it was yesterday, this format is wonderful. I think we have an exemplar for how our other monitoring reports can really be structured. I love that we have the sub-in, that we have the interpretation, that we have the metrics right after that. It was exactly what I was asking for too. So just thank you for hearing, thank you for listening, thank you for responding, thank you Director Meek and whoever else collaborated on this report. But I really believe this is an exemplar in terms of structure and format. So just want to congratulate staff on that and say thank you. You know, we put monitoring reports back in place, I think it was 2019. And this is the first time I've really seen us finally have a format that I feel like can really serve as a model for future monitoring reports. So I just want to celebrate and say thank you for taking the time and presenting it. It's so well laid out. It's so clear. It flows wonderfully. So just, I'm going to stop there because sometimes my questions all of a sudden negate my accolades. So I'm just going to stop there and say thank you. And then I have some questions later that I'll ask.
Yeah, other comments from other directors before we come back? Director Myers?
Thank you, Susan, Director Meek, for helping out. And I know we talked about that at the last board meeting, but I had a quick, was this the financial well-being number 5? We did have a discussion that this might not be, or I think you talked, this might not be relevant to our superintendent monitoring reports or our in-state.
Yeah, so thank you. We did have a conversation at the last meeting around my opinion as one board member that the ends for financial well-being may best be monitored through the executive limitations. However, we have the current policy as it is, and we need to monitor the current policy. So I think in the future, when we review and we have time as a board, if we make changes to the ends and the policies, then that's what we would reflect in future monitoring reports.
Other directors, comments, questions? Director Meek?
Yeah, I'm happy to go. And it was really a pleasure to sit down with Mr. Reynolds and Superintendent Kane and just kind of talk through this. It's a little nerdy, it's a little wonky, but I really appreciate the edits and structure and changes that have been made. I think it's really helpful for our community. What I also love is the direct links in the report so that the community can actually access documents. And so really, this is for our community, and it's meant for our community to be able to research and look and do that. So I love having the links in there. And as Director Myers brought up, maybe in the future, we might tweak how we cover things and address things. But the way it's structured right now, really it's the end statements that were monitored. The executive limitations are in here. They're not like the exact monitoring you would do if you were focusing on those. So it's a balance, I think. So really my only item that I had, my only feedback would be, and again, it's the way it's worded. So sub-end A speaks to the Board of Ed, and all district employees are good stewards. So we're really not monitoring the Board of Ed, and that wouldn't be your role or position to do a monitoring of the Board of Ed. And so I feel like it's a little messy right now because that's really not addressed in here, yet it's in the policy. And we've heard quite a bit from our community over the past year with concerns around actions that the board has taken, such as terminating the superintendent's contract without cause, which led to financial implications, and the ongoing lawsuits, which are, again, concerns that we hear from some of our community members. And so none of that is really reflected in this monitoring report, despite, it speaks to the board in sub-end A. And not sure I have a recommendation at this point in time. Well, I do have a recommendation, actually. So I brought this up before. I think the board does need to begin monitoring its own policies. And that's how it's supposed to work. We delegate to the superintendent the ends and the executive limitations, and then we are in charge of monitoring our own policies, which are our means policies, so our governance process policies and the superintendent linkage policies. So typically, we would own providing monitoring reports on our, governing style, the job of the board, all of our GP policies and our BSL policies. So I do think we could start our own monitoring at the same time as a way to show accountability. So that would be one recommendation that I would have for us as a board.
Yeah, and I think that would be, I'm just taking notes, I think that might be a good, when we get through the end of the year and we look at our retreat and what we hope to do and some of those macro topics, that may probably be the next incremental thing we could take up as a board of what is our obligation. But back to your comment, that was my one note is we have a superintendent with a monitoring policy that reflects back on the board and kind of loops back. So again, I think when we get to just looking at our ends, I think we agree when that end number 5, if we're looking to do some trimming and some things, may be best just taking care of ELs, and it may not even be an end because it seems kind of more of a means, in my opinion. But I would like to echo, I think the comments I heard earlier. When I looked at this format with the links embedded and just the layout, I thought it was very clear, very easy to read, and very easy to navigate just as a board member. So I do appreciate the formatting as we're trying to figure out what right feels like. And as one director, I do approve of the format changes in the presentation. I thought it was very clear and very concise. Other directors? Director Ray?
So one of the questions I have, so when we do monitoring reports, one of the purposes not only for our benefit, but also for the benefit of the system. And I think one of the things I've always been sensitive to because of past practices is that we don't do this as an event where you guys have all this on your plate to do and then you share it and we're done. I want it to be valuable for you and the staff as well in the process, I think is what I'm trying to say. So what I'm wondering is as you did this monitoring report, were there ahas? Were there new learnings? Were there things that said, I'd like to do this better or keep doing this? I mean, what would be some reflections you have from the experience of doing the monitoring report?
Thank you for that. I would say that we spent a lot of time looking at, and again, I do want to thank both you and Director Meek for meeting with me one-on-one and giving me additional feedback. We spent a lot of time looking at what evidence actually supports this end. And so we looked at things like our fund balances, for example, and our metrics with CDE. And so it did give us an opportunity to reflect on those. In the case of our financials, we really are, we do, our financials are, not to say we have lots of money, but our financials are responsible and solid. So my feeling was that, we want to make sure to continue to have responsible financials. And it also, I think one of the reflections, this happened to be timed with the recommendation that was made to you in the last presentation, and really digging into this level of detail and looking at those metrics increased my confidence to be able to give you the last presentation, excuse me, and make that recommendation. So it is a reflective process, and I think that's entirely fair feedback.
If I could follow up to Director Ray's question, was there anything that you would change, having gone through this last little iteration as we're trying to put the monitoring reports in progress and work on formats and content mapping? Are we close in your mind to what works for your staff and is also working for the board? Or is there still, in your mind, a disconnect from expectations from the board and what your staff is being asked to provide?
I did not, now again, this is a much more straightforward end to monitor than the last one was. So I do think, though, that as we go through this process with each one of them, the one that we bring back the next year is going to contain, more detail as we really, so, in reflection, in looking at doing this particular monitoring report again next year, I'd like to provide even more on acceptable metrics in terms of financials and how we compare to those acceptable practices, and really digging in and pulling parts out of the budget that are truly evidence of the interpretation. So I think that looking at doing it again next year. And it's just going to be an iterative process. Once you kind of get the general framework and the format and all those things straightened out, then, as you go through it the third time, you're like, ooh, I could have done this. So can't keep doing that forever, but I will remember those things next year in going through the same thing.
Other directors before I come back to Director Ray? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and I was kind of in that mode too of thinking, what else would be helpful as we continue to do this process. And one of the things that I really landed on was this whole notion of concentrating funding where it will do the most good. And was very pleased to see the hyperlink to the student-based budgeting and just all the guidelines, Ms. Leisner, that your department has done around that. Oh my word! And to see very clearly all the differentiated ways that we support our schools, especially schools that have, whether it's free and reduced lunches or that all those categorical kinds of things that some schools are more impacted by others. And so I think we need to really celebrate that a lot, because I think sometimes it's assumed that all kids get this amount and good luck, when we do a lot of differentiated financial practices to help schools that have highly impacted. My question along those lines, though, is also how do we know that it's making a difference? We've got very clear evidence to show that we're very intentional in spending more dollars for this school for these reasons. What I'm wondering is, how do we know? Did that make a difference? So when we did all these additional formulas for these at-risk populations, do we see student achievement differently in those schools because we added those resources? So I think that's one of the things that we're always having to account for as board directors, is that we are being good stewards of the equitable allocation to show that it is making a difference when we spend those extra resources. That's one of my wonderings, is if we can get to a point where we really look at those schools, even if it's a case study, to say, this school had a literacy specialist, they had a behavior management person, and look what the results are. So that's one thing that I would look towards. The other thing, some minor things on the executive limitations. I know one of the limitations talks about that we're making budget recommendations based on school level accountability committee feedback. And I just thought it would be great for us. I know we've done that year after year, but it'd be a great link for us to have that survey that we do with SACs to show that they prioritize these items in a very easy way for us then with our elevator talk to say, our SACs say that compensation is the #1 priority on their list, but I could see that really building in nicely to that EL 14. The other aha that I had as I was looking in there is that we actually have an EL that needs to be modified, because Ms. Schleisner came and we amended policy DJ around spend for the 50,000 mark, but we still have in our ELs the old language that says that all expenditures that are 50,000 or greater need to be approved by us, but we approved an amendment to that policy that said with the exception of construction purchases. And so just wondering, and I don't know if this is out there too much, but it just seems to, if we're going to say that Superintendent Kane's in compliance, we ought to also amend that language so that there's no question that she indeed is in compliance with that executive limitation. And then the only other thing that I would, again, back at the executive limitations is, and I think Director Meek brought it up, but I think it would be helpful to look at, there's an executive limitation that says guard against the knowing or reckless exposure to the district, its board or staff to a substantial risk of legal liability. And I think it would be really helpful for us to have some kind of a tool for legal analysis, because I know our legal team does some incredible stuff to prevent us from incurring some significant damages. And I don't know if there's a way for us to capture that, but I think that kind of counters maybe some of the public's perception that we're lawsuit happy in this district, because there's a lot of things that our people don't realize that our legal department has helped prevent because of their expertise and their ability to do some things around that executive limitations. So I would suggest that. And then the only other thing in the executive limitation would be the linking that to the master capital plan. I know we did that in the earlier sub-ins, but especially in that executive limitation that talks about, it says reasonable steps to ensure that facilities and equipment are not subject to improper wear and tear of insufficient maintenance. I think that'd be a great place for us to link that, how that process of how we do tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 in that as well. So those are just a couple things. This certainly in no way is a criticism or is an obstacle for me to approve this tonight. It's just as I'm thinking forward, just some input and feedback. So thanks.
Thank you, Director A. Any other directors? Okay, hearing none and getting out of my notes. And I think, Director A, just for clarification, I think you were referring to, was it Executive Limit 16, number 4 and 5 that I just tried to look up hastily for the reaction to policy DJA changes?
Yeah, I think specifically number 5. I think 4 still is correct in that its expenditures over $500,000.
Yeah.
I think that's still in there, but number 5 would be where I would recommend that we amend that language to include the exception for construction purchases.
Okay, thank you. We'll try to get that on a schedule so we're back in compliance. Moving on, recommendation for this item is that the Board of Education accept monitoring report and number 5, financial well-being as presented. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Weiniger.
Second.
Second by Ray. Seeing no discussion, Director Hansen?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed 7-0. We will now move to item number 20, consideration of revisions to board file JCA-JFB, assignment of students to schools, school choice, and open enrollment, a 5-minute presentation followed by a 20-minute discussion, and we have Council Klemesh.
Working? There we go. Good evening, directors, and thank you, Director Ray, for your comment related to our litigation and risk department's efforts to try to mitigate risk of exposure to liability in the district. So I'm here tonight really to explain to you some of our efforts in doing that by amending one of our policies related to choice and implementation of choice with respect to children with special needs as they look to making application to schools of choice for children who have special needs. And this past year, there was a change in regulations in the state of Colorado with respect to the Colorado's Exceptional Children's Education Act, which really prohibits consideration of the disability status of a student when admission decisions are made with respect to a parent's or a guardian's decision to look into enrolling their student into a school of choice rather than the neighborhood school. And so as we started looking into this issue or the change in the regulation in comparison to or looking into the practices of the district, we met with our special education department, met with our choice programming department, and really ascertained that what we have been doing is really consistent with what this change is requiring of all of the districts in the state of Colorado. What we're here tonight to present to you is really a terminology so that there's consistency in language that is used with respect to what the practice of our district has been in addressing consideration of choice applications for children that would apply to children with disabilities. So next slide, we could move it. So the legal basis, as I described, occurred last year in the middle of the year, and I think there has been considerable attention made on this particular rule change There have been presentations made to our directors of special education, to staff within special education. They've been also made to our choice programming departments on a statewide level. There's been considerable discussion amongst the district's staff from these various departments. And again, we've internally reached the conclusion that our district has pretty much been doing it right all along prior to this change. And as a result, we felt there might need to be a change in the language of our policy, which essentially captures terminology to make it clear that we will continue to implement consistent with this regulatory change. The CDE guidance that had been issued as a result of this regulatory change has really clearly imposed two basic requirements. One, that any admission decision, meaning at the time the applications come in to a school of choice, there can be no consideration of disability status of a student. And then secondly, after that admission decision has been made, there is a second look as to whether or not a student can actually be enrolled in the school of choice, taking into consideration the disability status of a student and the requirements of a student's IEP, and whether that IEP can be implemented in the school of choice. So when it comes to terminology, it's a bit confusing because it sounds like admission means you can enroll. But because the regulatory requirement is, in my view, a little confusing, it essentially states that you cannot take disability status into the admissions process. So essentially, we're looking at two steps, and we're making it clear that the first step is the admissions process, and the second step is the enrollment process, which is when you can take into consideration whether or not the IEP or a Section 504 plan can be implemented in the school of choice. There are, in addition, other requirements related to parental participation in the process. And it's very clear that our district does involve parents in the process and takes into consideration the impact of a move or enrollment in a school of choice involving a parent's participation. Additionally, it also requires consideration of the IEP team in the process. So to the extent that in the enrollment process, that any review of disability status in an IEP would require a change in placement that would be different than what the parent is requesting. It would require an IEP meeting and involvement of the parent in the IEP process. So next slide, please. So the proposed revision to the policy essentially specifies the two-step process, which our district has been implementing as we look at taking into consideration schools of choice for our children with disabilities. Step one is now termed the admissions phase. This is when no inquiry into the disability status of a student can be made. The second phase of the two-step process is the enrollment phase. That's when there can be inquiry, and really must be inquiry, into whether or not that IEP could be implemented in the school of choice. Additionally, that would require, if there would be a change in placement, an IEP meeting that would be different than what the parent is considering, that the parent would be involved in that process. And clearly, if there wasn't a change in placement, it still would require involvement of the parent. So when you look at moving now to our policy itself, and I take questions now or after we look at the policy language, it's really trying to identify and bring to our policy clarification of what the process is, what can be done at that first phase, and what can be done at the second phase of the process. This policy has been reviewed really pretty carefully by our special ed folks and those coordinators and directors who sit at IEP meetings on a regular basis who review the IEPs when there is a request to change a student's school, not necessarily their special education placement, but they're changing a request for a change of where that IEP is going to be implemented. And then also by our choice programming department. I also want to share that our contracts with our charter school, and most recently, we reviewed terminology that is contained within Lehman's replication charter contract. The charter schools in the new contracts are actually reviewing language which is very similar to the language included in the policy revision, so that we're consistently utilizing terminology from our policies, across policies, to our charter school contracts. So essentially, our next slide is essentially addressing one additional change. Next slide, please, if we could. Oh, questions? There's one additional change that I wanted to explain in the policy, and that is at the very end of the policy, there is a designation that the superintendent is charged with developing a policy or a regulation for implementation of this policy. The reason for that is that when you look to BGE, there is a chart that contains a list of those policies that are designated to the board and those policies that are designated to the superintendent. For whatever reason, presently at this time, JCA JFBR is presently delegated to the board. So I wanted to make it clear by action of the board, if the board chooses to take action on this policy, that it specifically stated that the superintendent would be charged with drafting the implementation policy, which would then make it consistent with BGE, which is already contained within our policies. So are there any questions about the two-step process, the requirements of CDE's regulatory process? And the goal here is to really mitigate risk and mitigate confusion among our parents, our special ed teams who are implementing choice or assisting in the implementation of reviewing IEPs when choice requests are being made or requests are being made for schools of choice, and also to make clear to our families that admissions doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't going to be a review of disability status at some point in time when enrollment decisions are made with respect to whether or not a child can be enrolled in a school of a parent's or guardian's choosing.
We'll start off with the board questions and comments. I believe Director Ray, myself, and yourself sat in this presentation at CASB, and they were explaining the reaction to the laws and the lack of a standard nomenclature or terminology around those phases at the state level, and it was confusing everyone. Is what we're doing in JCA, JFB revisions, and specifically defining admission versus enrollment, is that being standardized outside of DCSD? Is that being standardized at the state level? Or are we just trying to clearly articulate what that means for our interpretation?
In response to that question, I can't specifically tell you that all of the other districts in the state of Colorado are addressing this issue in a similar way. I can inform you that there have been discussions amongst attorneys who represent school districts internally of their goal in looking at some sort of two-step process that identifies standard procedures that make sense for their school, their particular school districts.
Yeah, one last question around clarification. At one point you said during the initial process, during the admission portion of the process, that no consideration could be given. My understanding is that no awareness can be made of that student. So it's not just a matter of we can consider, not consider. The school will not even be aware of the IEP status. Is that
That's correct. There
Okay.
can be no inquiry into disability status. There can be no questions regarding disability status. And I think that's pretty consistent with what we are doing and have been doing in recent years as far as I've been informed. And I see both Superintendent Kane and Mr. Windsor shaking their heads positively. So we have not been inquiring into disability status with respect to applications to schools of choice in the district.
Okay. And then one last comment, and then I'll turn it over to other directors. You know, often when we look at charter renewals, when we look at schools, we look at disaggregated groups, and we look at the percentage of students with special needs. So why I believe, as one director, the intent of this policy change, not just our policy change, but to reflect the legal changes that were made, is an intent to ensure that there's not a negative consequence of a student enrolling with an IEP. However, that also prevents charters and schools that may want to target and attract to rebalance or for other reasons their population of students that are on an IEP and better serve those students. It kind of has no way to really recruit and attract and know those numbers until the post-admission process, and then they kind of got what they've got. So that's just my comment as one director. I understand the intent, and I think it's a very good intent, but there may be some negative consequences for those schools, whether they're charter or public neighborhood schools that are looking to actually better serve those communities. So with that, I'll turn it over to other directors. Director Hansen.
I think my question is exactly what you just said, but I just want to see if it's a clearer answer. I actually really appreciated the conversations that I was hearing amongst some of our charter leaders that they would like to weight the pool to increase some of their numbers of students that are on an IEP. Does this entirely preclude that process, or is there another option for them to still follow that desire, or to find a way to meet? And if this is a question that's better for another day, I can wait.
Yeah, I think that Mr. Windsor may be prepared to respond to your question, Director Hansen.
I appreciate that. Actually was a question we had for the state. We actually were working with this state choice office specifically around this. And so it's a number of the Colorado Association of Charter School Authorizers was actually engaged in this conversation because it does impact our ability to look at that weighted enrollment. So there are some different cases that are potentially out there that they're reviewing to see how this could impact it. But yes, it absolutely could impact our ability to give weights. But right now it's with the state to give us some guidance on it. So it is something we've asked about on multiple occasions and still waiting for some answers.
Thank you.
Other directors? Director Ray.
Sam, I wanted to respond to a couple things. First of all, Director Peterson's question about what are we doing? Is this going to be standardized throughout the state? And if one of the things CASB does, I think we're all getting those, is a special policy update about every quarter. And CASB would say a couple things. One, they would say that the board coding on this is obsolete because they would use a different coding system. So they would use, they actually specify a difference between what they would call inter-district and intra-district choice programming. So inter-district being if you're looking to choice into a district outside of our district, intra-district if you're, is what this policy pretty much speaks to. And so I think that's what I'm seeing that's being standardized is really not trying to encompass all of these topics that we have encompassed in this policy. And that's us over time because this policy has evolved over time and it has been reviewed a couple times. But one of my questions for us as a board is if we are wanting to do the work to get our policies aligned and updated with our metro districts or even with CASB, that we may want to be thinking about whether or not we want to look at the policies like CASB has, which distinguishes this differently than what we have. The other question I have, I know Ms. Clements, you mentioned wanting that statement about the regulatory policy in this revision. But in our BGE policy, we do have the regulatory policy under the superintendent's authority already. So my question is, I don't quite understand why we would want to repeat that in this policy, the board policy, when it's already assumed that the superintendent has a regulatory policy in response to that.
It's just my nature to take a belt and suspenders approach to make it absolutely clear that the superintendent has that authority, particularly in light of the fact that at the time you are acting on this policy, the regulation still states it's a board file policy. That's my rationale for doing it at this time.
Correct. This policy would become a board policy. It would revise the current board policy, but there's another board policy that's a regulatory policy, that's a superintendent policy, that's not in this one.
There is another JCA JFB-R that is identified at this time as a board file policy.
Yeah, there just may be some confusion because I pulled up our actual one and I'm seeing it in the superintendent column is the -R. So maybe that's where the confusion is.
It is, and that's why I wanted to resolve that confusion, because when you look at BGR, it definitely states that it should be a superintendent's file policy. But when you go to presently JCA JFB-R on our website, it hasn't been updated since 2019. It was a board, it's identified as a board file policy.
Okay.
So it's just to clarify the superintendent's authority because of the fact that the present JCA JFB-R is a board file policy. That's my rationale for making that recommendation.
Sure. And the superintendent has the discretion to go in there and change any of her policies at any time without board approval. So I think if there's confusion, then superintendent certainly can go and say to Ron A right now, please write superintendent file on that, because we have all the documentation to show that we've approved it that way. What I'm concerned about, Ms. Clemish, is that I think if we set a precedent that says that all our board policies that have a regulatory policy is going to have a statement in there that the superintendent has the authority to develop a regulatory policy, it just seems repetitive. And to me, we may miss something somewhere where, I think this is cleaner. You look at our BGE, you know exactly what the superintendent's authority is and what policies. And I agree, though, if the title's confusing, let's get it changed. That can happen tomorrow, as opposed to adding more language that I don't think we've ever put in any other board policy referencing a regulatory policy and the superintendent's authority. So that's just my 2 cents worth. And I know you have the belt and suspenders. I have a different perspective. So a little more protective of our board policies. So, if you will. The only other question I have, as far as a recommendation and revision of this policy, but I guess there's 2 questions that are outstanding. One is, do we want to take the time to actually align our policies to CASB core policies, as opposed to approving this and then again coming back and having to divide this out into 2 policies, I guess is one of my questions. But the other suggestion I have in this policy, there's a reference that says, if a special education student is admitted, I would just again advocate that we don't use labels like special education student. It's a student receiving special services. And I think we did that in other places in this policy, but that's just the one area that was kind of stood out at me, that we went back to this very archaic way of identifying a student who's receiving special services. So I just would recommend that we make that revision. And the only other question I have, Ms. Clemish, because you've had the conversation with our special education people and our charter school people, is it our practice, our current practice? I know you say we're compliant with this policy now, but is it our current practice that for every student who is on an IEP, that when they are admitted to a school of choice, that there is an IEP team meeting about their IEP? Is that our current practice, that is always, it always occurs? Okay, okay. And my only hesitance with that is that when you read this policy, if I am a parent of a student with special needs, it feels like I'm at a disadvantage by just reading that. It feels, I think the intent is right on in terms of the admission phase, but it feels like to me that I have to, as a parent of a special needs student, I have to make an additional step to get my child enrolled into a school of choice. So just if it feels more laborious, and I know that's not the intent, but it helps me to know that that is our practice. I know that as a former principal, when I received students on open enrollment, we didn't automatically do an IEP review team for every student that we accepted on open enrollment. That wasn't our practice, because if we can meet the needs of students, we just do that. And most of those students have moderate needs, and therefore we would just go ahead and do what we normally would do with our practice. So I'm a little queasy on what feels like to me as a parent of a special education student, an extra step, which I know that's not the intent, but that's just how it feels when I read this policy.
Yeah, and clearly it's not the intent. And additionally, that second step is clearly a protection for the students with disabilities or who need special services to assure parents that their needs can be served in the parent's school of choice.
Right.
There is no additional work for the parent. The parent is involved as appropriate. And it should be perceived by parents as an assurance that if their child is admitted and enrolled in a school of choice, that it will be a successful experience for their child and that their needs can fully be met, consistent with the requirements and the established IEP that should be implemented in the program.
Totally agree with the intent. I'm not arguing the intent or the protection, and I really believe, that a direct placement, for instance, is what we oftentimes do. When we bring a student that's even from a different school into our school, we do a direct placement meeting to really make sure that IEP stays intact. So I absolutely agree with that. I'm just trying to take on the lens of a parent with a special needs student to see, does this make me feel that there's protection, or does it make me feel that I'm jumping through hoops to get my child into a school of choice?
And I can tell you that from my conversations with the special ed coordinators and directors and teams who work on making these decisions and who work at the IEP team meetings, it's my understanding from them that the goal is one of actually looking to see if the IEP can work in these placements. I don't think there is a perception by the families that this is a negative experience or an additional hurdle. And I'd look to Mr. Windsor to see if he's gotten any feedback which would suggest that it is perceived in that way by our families.
No, I appreciate the question. I think as we've looked at it, and I'll even probably go back to my director of school choice kind of days as well, there's always been a process for review in school of choice to review any students, specifically a lot of times around center-based programs, to ensure that whatever school of choice they're opting to, that is set up for that family to be successful. And so we've actually been doing that since probably 2018 that I can recall, that we've done this before. I think the shift really, to your point, Director Ray, was when there was a state level change, it was this admission versus enrollment. It was actually being done prior to that. When we were looking at any other school of choice around our special education students, specifically around center-based programming, are we ensuring that there is a program to support the needs of students, and then reaching out with case managers to reach out to families to support them in that transition. So it really was around, to your point, how we message it around support versus an additional hoop. And so really we pulled our teams together and actually spent a full day to review any of those documents prior to. So all the work was actually on staff to review, and if there was any concerns, we would reach out to those families to be able to support.
Anecdotally, I know when we look at concerns over the past 7 years I've been on the board, typically there's a concern around, especially when there's a discussion to go to a charter school. We've heard from many parents who say, I was discouraged from enrolling in this charter school because I was told that the school's not equipped to meet the needs of my child, and I think that's where I'm basing some of my concern around is just some anecdotal evidence of concerns that parents have reached out to us. I mean, I'm very pleased with the intent of this, because I do think that really does help when we say there's not to be any discussion about a child's disability in terms of the admission process. I think that will take care of some of the concern, and I hope our charter schools are also hearing that really clearly, because I think when I look at, again, the past several years, that's always been what's brought up is I've been discouraged from coming to this school because they don't believe they can meet, and that's even before even an IEP meeting or an admission. So I agree totally with the intent. Just want to make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of how we move forward with this, so thank you.
Other directors?
Point of
Director Meek?
information, is this a first reading?
No, I believe the intent, because we're modifying, would be, let me look at the exact thing, is that the board consider adopting the proposed revisions. So we can't vote on this evening.
So is there a need to vote on it this evening? I guess, is it something that's important for us to vote on this evening? Just because every time we're revising policies, this is always what I ask, right? I prefer to have something out to our public so they can weigh into us and give us their feedback.
Yeah, my 2 cents on it, and just to answer Director Ray's two kind of questions, I think we can make some language changes in here to be consistent with student receiving special needs services, and I think I've caught them all, but I'm sure you can back me up. But back to the first question, should we go and wait and do some type of bifurcation of this policy to align with CASB? I think we're going to find, my sense of attending the CASB conference and stuff and looking at some of these things is that would be part of a larger effort, which I've already mentioned when we get to our retreat here at the end of the school year, part of that whole prioritization and alignment in which policies do we go after first. I think that would be part of the larger effort. And I'll turn it over to Council Klemesh to answer, but different than other policies, the reason this is even brought forward, this was not something that I offered or any other board offered. This was offered by legal counsel to come in compliance in reaction to a change to law. So I would actually feel more comfortable voting on this tonight, getting into place, and then I know it's administratively burdensome, but if we come back in our retreat and say, this is one of the identified policies that we may want to then pull into or do something with, we can take care of it, but I would feel better with us being in compliance with the legal changes. Council Klemesh, would you like to comment?
I'd just like to add in addition in response to Director Meek's question that we are in the process of working with our charter schools who, in their present contracts, those charter schools that you have approved for renewal. And those contracts will be coming to the board, and we would like to include language in those contracts that is consistent with our policy. Additionally, again, there isn't a whole lot of room for revising this to make it consistent with the legal requirements. We are recommending the minimum revision to make clear that this is what the law is requiring, and the admissions phase versus the enrollment phase, our district is required to review those IEPs under federal and state law. They cannot eliminate that particular phase of the process. And so, I don't know that there's really much room for further revision that our legal department or our special ed department or our choice programming department would feel would be warranted, because we've really minimally revised this to be responsive to utilization of consistent terms and the regulatory change.
Other director questions, comments? And Director Ray.
Absolutely agree. I also, just to play devil's advocate a little bit, we have 24 policies in the J section right now that are not updated according to legal requirements. That's based on our audit that we did 3 or 4 years ago. And so I agree with the sense of urgency. I also appreciate the effect on charter contracts. So I see that as being a need. But I think it just, again, comes back to us in that we have a lot of work to do when it comes to these policy revisions, because 24 is a lot of policies that are sitting waiting for us to update based on things like this, which is some change in statute that says we need to change our policies. So I don't have a problem with necessarily revising it like you suggested, Director Peterson, and then us taking another glance at alignment, since it does sound like that from Mrs. Clemish's point of view, it would be helpful to have this in place as she continues to work through charter contracting. I don't have a problem with that. And I would just, again, with this policy, suggest we remove the qualifier about the regulatory policy just so that that doesn't become a precedent that we attempt to set. So unless there's further discussion, I'll be glad to put forth a motion.
My one discussion, just to cross-check with you, under the paragraph under special education students, in the third line, there's a reference to consideration of whether or not a special education student, we would change that language to student who is receiving special education services. And then the only other similar occurrence I see is in the second paragraph under special education students, and it's at the end of the second line of that paragraph where it says, if a special education student is admitted, that we would amend the language also to say a student who is receiving special education services. Those were the only two references I found on a quick read of the instance that you brought up.
You found one additional one that I didn't, so that works.
Oh, okay. So that would be the recommended. And then I support, I don't think we want to get in the business of constantly referencing a standing superintendent authority to revise the -R series as he or she feels appropriate, because we'd be amending every policy with that. So I think that's self-evident. Superintendent Kane, did you have any comment on us striking that last paragraph regarding your authority, or Director Klemesh?
No, I think Council Klemesh was being incredibly thorough, which I appreciate, but no, we have no problem striking it.
Okay, and with that, if there's no other questions, I'll take a motion.
I move that we accept the revisions to Board File Policy JCA, JFB, assignment of students to schools, school choice and open enrollment, with the amended language of replacing special education students with the term students receiving special education services, and striking from the policy the last clause regarding superintendent authority regarding implementation.
Okay, we have a motion by Director Ray as stated. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Williams. With no discussion, I will take the roll. Director Hansen?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Motion is passed 7-0. Thank you, Council Klemesh.
Thank you, directors.
All right, moving into item number 21, President reports. Board of Education regular meeting is scheduled 1 week from tonight, March 7th, noting that we have spring break after that. So we will have a Board of Education meeting 1 week from tonight. We will have 3 weeks off, and then the next meeting will be the 28th. We have already completed agenda planning for the March 7th meeting. Referencing kind of what we just said, the letters of intent for new charters or replications are due tomorrow, and then the packages are due March 15th. I'd like to thank the superintendent and staff again for accelerating the compensation increase, and then also thank you to Director Hansen and others for having that clarity on this does not alleviate mill bond or, a rising tide lifts all boats, but the gaps that we have remain. So thank you for that conversation tonight. As previously stated, the 2023 Colorado of Education Recruitment Fair will be at Legacy Campus this Saturday, 7:30 check-ins, starts from 9 and I believe goes to 5 p.m. So I know I'll be stopping by. I think other directors will be stopping by, and hopefully we'll be adding to our ranks with some excellent recruits there. It's kind of like draft day in the NFL, right? I don't know if we've got T-shirts or number one or something to give out, but just that'd be an extra touch. Got a chance, as Superintendent Kane mentioned in her updates, to stop by our SRO training at the Highlands Ranch substation and thank our SROs on behalf of the entire board for all the work they put in. And then last Friday, I had the privilege of doing my second ride along. Last year when I was elected to the board, I rode with our own Les Lilly on the yellow school bus and our transportation assistants and got a firsthand view of some of the transportation challenges. Next week, we will have, I believe, our Chief of Operations present a transportation update and how we're handling some of those challenges and what some of our plans are around there. But last Friday, I did a ride along with one of our Douglas County Sheriff's Office deputies, Deputy Sapp, who is our SRO for Larkspur. And I will say before 2 o'clock that day, I visited 5 schools and Stone Mountain because there was a mountain lion sighting. And I'll be reporting out to the Safety and Security Committee tomorrow morning, to Lieutenant Rotherham, who is in charge of our SROs, to our Director of Safety and Security, and just providing some observations for the district's consideration, because as we look to take care of not only our traditional educators and staff, we also need to take care of our SROs. My last comment is, I'm the school board president, but it was like going on tour with a rock star. Every time we entered a school, all the kids and the staff wanted to do was talk to our SRO, just to show you how valued and how respected our SROs are, not only in terms of providing physical protection, but that role model, that mentorship, and the thanks that our SROs received by our administration for taking things off their plate, which were difficult challenges, and really promoting that sense of school community can't be overemphasized. With that, that's the end of my updates. Over to Vice President Williams.
So I don't have any committee updates because LRPC is tomorrow and then MBEC is on Monday. But just, and next week we are going to have a full-on discussion about our board connections that we've done over the last month or so. And we most recently did one with the teachers, which was awesome. So I'm excited to have that discussion next week. I visited a couple schools. I went out to Sierra Middle School. It was really fun to walk the hallways there. And I was able to walk into the drama department, and the kids were very excited to put on a little skit for myself and the principal. So it's just fun to watch the kids passionate about the things that are important to them. And then I also went to Douglas County High School, and when I was talking to Mr. Kappas, one of the things I asked him was, what are you most proud of? And he just said that there's options for all students and that there's pathways for all kids. And, we went, and it was very evident. We went into automotive. I walked into a jewelry making class. So it's just fun to just see that there's just so many options for our kids and just the successes that they have. So that was great. And then the DAC forum was equally as awesome. There were so many people that showed up, but the thing that was most special to me was talking to the students at each of those tables and listening to their excitement around things. I mean, I remember I was talking to a student from Legend, and she was just so excited and passionate about telling me the law enforcement path that, and the classes that she was taking there, and just all the opportunities that we have for our kids. We just have so much to be proud of in this district. And then lastly, I went to, as Superintendent Kane said, Matilda on Friday evening with all 5 members of my family. So that was really fun to watch those students on stage, and man, do we have some serious talent here. So anyway, that's it.
All right, I forget which way we went last, so I guess we'll start with Director Meek and we'll work our way down.
Sure, I just need to say ditto to everything that I've heard already. So our teacher engagement was a huge success as well. We just received lots of feedback, so I'm looking forward to that conversation next week. The career pathways was phenomenal, and as you know, the District Accountability Committee, the focus area of parent engagement is so important to them. So I think this is a record, right? We've never had this kind of engagement levels, so huge kudos to the District Accountability Committee for their work and their planning, and Mr. Reynolds for all of his work and planning. LRPC is tomorrow night, and I know we're going to be talking about adding the Douglas County Federation representative to that committee, and the bylaws will be coming back to the board for board approval. And so just kind of raising that I know that topic will be discussed tomorrow evening, and then we'll be looking at bylaws for our upcoming, well, we'll bring it back. And I assume we're going to need to do the same for all the board committees, given that request that came in. So heads up, we should be looking at bylaws.
Director Weiniger.
No updates this time.
Director Myers.
Well, I'm going to reiterate Director Meek and Director Williams, and a thank you to Matt Reynolds and the crew. That was an awesome career pathways. My goodness, I turned into the parking lot and I thought I was at the wrong place. I said there were so many cars I couldn't believe.
You get the $20 parking.
I know, I thought that was awesome. And I then, in the last couple of weeks, I've been to 5 elementary schools and a middle school, and they were on the 2 snow days, the 2 really snow days. So I went ahead and put on my boots and my gloves and went out, and it was great. I always go home at the end of the day just feeling wonderful, especially with our kids. I do want to tell you, when I went to Pioneer Elementary, I'm walking up the steps, up the pathway, and the doors just open. And there's kids. And I walk in, and there's 4 kids that they're going to do the tour. And plus Timber the Wolf went with us. Oh, my goodness. And when people know Timber the Wolf's out, that's it. The kids lose all self-control. And I caught on to Principal Landis because the reason she didn't do the tour is because she got all the hugs. And I was getting that after a while. But something that happened towards the end of the tour, we were rounding the corner, and everybody knows that Timber the Wolf is out. And the principal did tell me there was a 22% kids with special needs at this school. And we went into the SSN room, and we'd already let Timber go back. I think he was a little hot in his outfit. And we walked into the SSN room, and I guess the kids knew that he was coming around, and he didn't make it in this room. So we had one little girl in tears. And I watched these kids console her and just really take her and talk to her. And then all of a sudden, here comes Timber the Wolf. So he had stepped out of the room, gone back and put his costume on, and come back for this child. And I just thought, so much love in that school. And by the time I left, they were even hugging me. I thought that was awesome. So it was great. I ended the week last week with a veil tour and with my pink hard hat on, and I loved it. And then last night, of course, we got our SAG update with Nick, and oh my goodness, he just saunters in and off the cuff tells us everything. I said, wow, I was amazed. And then this morning I went to thanks to David Ray, this RIMSL meeting, 7 o'clock RIMSL meeting, which was we had kids up early giving us a presentation on recycling, composting, what they're all doing up there at RIMSL. And I know that we will be out of RIMSL in June of 2024, but I've actually been invited back, and we're gonna make grocery bags. So I've just had an exceptional week with kids. I don't think it can get any better than this. So thank you.
Director Ray.
Yeah, I'll be really quick. Really enjoyed Douglas County High School IB presentations. Their sophomores presented kind of a topic of passion for them, and did just a remarkable job. I think it's another pathway we don't always talk about, but IB is alive and well and actually growing as far as the number of students who are opting into that program. So last Friday, my wife and I went to see the Honor Choir concert, and indeed, indeed. I would agree with Director Williams. There's some amazing talent, and because of that, I got invited to come see the production of Annie at one of the schools. So I'm looking forward to that. So my Fridays are just booking up with free entertainment. I'm loving it. So, and then also, just so you know, Director Myers and I will be meeting with Derek Cheney and Stephanie O'Neill to talk about student advisory group. Because one of the things that I know we talked about before is how to kind of figure out how to help them navigate their projects, because a lot of their projects are more operational in nature, and certainly as our committee, we want them to also inform us about policies. So we're going to sit down and have a good conversation in March, I believe, to kind of differentiate that. So if you have any thoughts about that, let me know, but we hopefully will come back to you with something more. I think we want, in my vision would be to really tighten up that group to be more like a committee with bylaws and really make them feel like they're more of a entity like our other committees where they do have some voting power, because we certainly heard from them sometimes they don't feel like their voice is as recognized as it could be, even though we amplify it in our meetings. I think that they would also like to have more opportunities to actually vote on things, whether it's about the MLO or bond or whatnot. So hopefully we'll come back with you with some additional details about that.
Director Hansen.
Thanks.
And as long as you don't go over 35 minutes, we may end early.
Well, settle in, friends. I will be very brief. I had the opportunity over the last 2 weeks to go through all of the Highlands Ranch High School feeder schools, and nothing compares to student FaceTime. It's just amazing, and our staff as well. I did want to just mention, I don't know if you guys have looked at your email recently, but an email campaign must have begun at some point over the last 24 hours in regards to potential school closures, and there's already some misinformation circulating. And I just wanted to make sure we have a plan, because this is such an important topic. And I just want to have a discussion to make sure that we are forwarding any emails that we receive. And this is just a proposed process. If somebody has, this isn't an edict, this is just an idea, just to make sure that we're forwarding anything that does not include Superintendent Kane so that she can respond. And then I think it would be a good idea just to brainstorm some things that we would like to have included in our board response, because you might be busy. But I do think that it's really important when we say, on behalf of the board, thank you for your concerns. And I'd really like to see our response include a link to the meeting where we discussed and had the extensive presentation as an option or an opportunity for us to provide accurate information to the community. And if there's anything else that you can think of that would be helpful to be included. There was only one in a lot of these are cut and paste, but there was only one that specifically mentioned a school. And I thought I would ask Superintendent Kane's feedback on possibly, if a specific school is mentioned, encouraging that individual to contact their principal. I think anytime you can have a one-on-one conversation with someone, we can alleviate concerns, and those principals always do a phenomenal job at connecting with their community members.
So a couple of things. One, I've been watching those come into, they started right before our meeting. Communications has been hard at work even during our meetings. So Stacy has put together a blurb that that I will forward to the Board of Education that includes verbiage around, what our discussion has been, links to the presentation, all of that. So I will forward that to the board in case you want to formulate a response from any of that factual information. That's one. Two, Mr. Windsor and his organization to the principals are going to be contacting the families that have emailed the board personally, just to, talk to them and make sure that we've got good information. It sounds like there was a SAC meeting where perhaps one family came out with some information. So we're working on how we can make sure to tighten that up on the communication front. So I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
No, thank you, Superintendent Kane. We'll have direct communication with those families just to provide that accurate information about where we are in that process. There was a community member that was very concerned that we were closing a particular school. I'm not sure where that information came from. I think just there was some fear about that. And so we'll just spend some time to walk through the process and knowing that we're really engaging this 3 to 5 year plan to really walk through and make sure our community is actively involved in this process. So we will connect with each of them, but there was an individual where I think it spurred some concern with a few folks, and we'll make sure we address that.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I worry that this is just the first of many of these type of situations, and I want to make sure that we have a pretty solid process in place so that we can do our best to help rather than hurt the situation. So thank you for all of that. And Secretary Myers, if you have questions, I'd be happy to help because I think this may be a pretty big job. I'm happy to help look at whatever the response is. Just holler if you need anything. Committee-wise, since I shared how much I dislike the budgeting aspect of this job, I should say that my role on Safety and Security Committee is one of my favorite parts of this responsibility. And I'm very much looking forward to our meeting tomorrow. Can't share anything ever, but just because I'm not saying doesn't mean I don't greatly enjoy it and have the utmost respect for the people that are in the roles of keeping us safe. Foundation, I know Superintendent Kane mentioned it, but I was unable to attend the Girls and Women in Sports luncheon, but from our last foundation meeting, the people who were able to attend, it was a phenomenal event. It was motivating. It did everything that you would want an event like this to do. Very inspiring and touched a lot of people. So just want to give a shout out to Foundation. Also want to share that Apple Awards are coming up April 1. Tickets are on. We have an email about it, but make sure you've gotten your tickets. It's going to be at the Legacy campus, and it's going to be great. So I hope to see everybody there. And that is all in less than 35 minutes.
Reserve the rest of your time. Moving on to the next item.
Can I ask you a quick question, Director
Go
Peterson?
ahead,
Sorry,
Director Ray.
just from Director Hansen. Do we have a date when the 3 to 5 year plan is targeted to be presented to the board?
So our next steps from the last meeting were to come to the board with an engagement plan. And so we didn't specify a date, but we just said sometime this spring.
Okay.
So I would imagine we'll be doing that in closer to April, May.
Okay. I just think sometimes in that communication that we give to those parents, it's good to benchmark and say,
Can show a next
come
step.
check out this meeting, the board will get this presentation on engagement or whatnot.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, and I just wanted to echo the women's and girls sport event the director or Superintendent Kane and I presented. It was just so incredible to look at each of those young ladies and congratulate them and Superintendent Kane noted too the grade point averages of these athletes are astounding, and just to hear, anything beyond a 4.0, I can't fathom how you get there, but many of these girls, that's the average, is they have GPAs that are, so they're academic scholars as well as incredible athletes, but it was definitely, please share with the foundation, it was an incredible event that I will long remember, so thank you.
And imagine if we took up that SAG recommendation for partial weighting for AP, then they'd be even higher. With that, we'll move into item number 24. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Ray.
Second.
Second by Hansen. I'll take the roll. Hansen.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weiniger. Passed 7-0. The meeting of the Board of Education is hereby adjourned.
9 o'clock.